competition. So we'll talk more about the teams playing in a second, but let's just mention some of the big names. And actually, before we do that, let's just take a look at the regulations. So the basic regulation, it's a 7-round Swiss system tournament. Players are not allowed to offer a draw before move 30, and norms are possible. What about the schedule, David?
Yeah, the schedule, we do start today with round one. The games will be kicking off very shortly, and we'll be going all week, every day, 1 round a day, starting 3 p.m. Central European time, finishing next Saturday, next weekend.
Absolutely. The time control, I think it's the classical long time control, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, then an extra 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and a 30-second increment from move 1, and then we see the prize fund there as well.
Yeah, not a bad prize fund, 10,000 euros, first prize for the winning team in the open section, and 6,000 euros, first prize in the women's section. Some very strong teams. We're expecting Fiona. This is the Champions League of chess, after all.
Absolutely, and we said we were going to mention some of the names. Well, I think the strongest player who is here in Albania, you all know him, his name is Magnus Carlsen. He's playing for the Norwegian team Officebill. I think you know the team quite well.
I know them very well. I think everyone at home knows Magnus Carlsen. There are several strong Norwegian players playing for them. Also Eric Hansen from Canada, and some young Indian prodigies, including Raunak Sadwani. But there are some even stronger teams, on paper at least. And we see that some of the pairings for round one, Fiona.
Absolutely. Super Chess from Romania, they are the top seeds, and they have none other than the legendary Vishy Anand on board 1. Vishy isn't actually playing today. Also, the second board player is taking a rest. That's Richard Report. So today we'll see Bogdan Deak, Jordan Van Foreest, Vladimir Fedoseev, Kirill Shevchenko, Liviu Disciplianu, and finally Konstantin Lupulescu in action for the top seeds.
Yeah, we also we see Officebill there, but let's take a look at the women's pairings. Some very strong teams here, some household names in the women's. We have Monte
Carlo. They
Carlo.
are the top seed. In fact, Toyota, as well in the open as well as in the women's, there are 2 teams that are seeded on certain boards, so that we always get camera footage on them. In the open section, that is Officebill, who is always going to be on board 2, and in the open, the local Toyota team is going to be playing on board 1 throughout the tournament. But yeah, the top seeds, Monte Carlo, they are really the team to beat, with the Musishuk sisters, Kanemel Charrier, Kramling, and Pates, who is taking a rest today.
Yeah, and we can see the players here in the playing hall. It's actually a really nice venue here, Fiona, and getting ready to start their round 1 games, just signing some score sheets and making those last-minute preparations. It's always round 1, slightly chaotic, but
yes.
The players clearly excited to get going.
We see the ECU president there in the background, Zura Asmai-Parashvili. This tournament wouldn't be possible, of course. It is organized by the ECU and the Albanian Chess Federation. And you guys, well, you see us, you see the playing hall, but the surroundings, absolutely fantastic. We even went for a little swim this morning.
We did. The water was beautiful here in Albania, despite the fact it's now October. It's really warm outside. I saw some of the players, rather than preparing in their rooms where they should really have been, they were out, chilling on the sunbeds. And yeah, these, I mean, I love these tournaments just because it accommodates everyone, the world's elite, and for those who prefer a bit of chess tourism, it's the perfect venue.
Absolutely. So many players come here with their families. It's a great tournament. It's a very big tournament this year as well. We have 84 teams in the open section. So that is 6 boards and 2 reserves. I'm not going to do the math on how much 8 times 84 is.
Fiona, quick.
And we have 26 teams in the women, which is played on 4 boards with 1 reserve. So a lot of teams, a lot of players. All of them are playing here where we are broadcasting from, in the beautiful Grand Blue Fafa Hotel.
Yeah, the players are literally a few meters away from us right now. And yeah, I can't wait for them to get going. What are your predictions, Fiona? You've played these tournaments yourself before?
Yeah, I have. Not in a long time. I think in general in the first round there is very few upsets. When there is individual tournaments on 1 board in 1 game alone, anything can happen. It's much more likely that accidents happen. But when it's 4 boards or 6 boards in the open, it's much less likely. we see quite big rating gaps in the first round, but that's going to change very quickly with so many strong teams here.
Yeah, often the top players, they end up playing each other round 2, 3, 4 onwards. We will get into the game-by-game pairings. We'll try and keep you updated with all of the top players, some of the local players, a bit of everything. We'll be jumping around, getting to know some of the teams involved. And
yeah, we just see there the players, for the most part, seem to be ready to start. It is now 1 minute past the hour, but you know how it is on day one. There's always a bit of delay, everyone just finding their footing, not their footage. That's me.
You're finding the footage. You're finding the footage at home, everyone. But yeah, often there are speeches involved as well. The ECU, the European Chess Union, they'll have some dignitaries just opening the event, the ceremonial first move often. And very shortly, within the next few minutes, we will see some chess action.
Absolutely. We see, actually we see the top seed from the open section right there on the right-hand side. That's actually board 5, so that's Nisipeanu. We see Shevchenko there. We saw Jordan Van Foray. So the top seeds, Super Chess today, are playing against the B team, is that correct, of Rishon LeZion from Israel. And yeah, we already talked about the rating gaps. I don't know if you're familiar with any of the players from the Israeli team?
I must admit, I've seen a couple of the names, but I don't know them too well. But there is, I think, on average here, a 400 to 500 point gap between each player per board. So usually, as you mentioned, Fiona, the top boards, the top teams, they should be big favorites to win, but it's always fun to watch. There's always going to be a surprise or two along the way. And yeah, we'll see who's in form, which teams to watch out for.
Absolutely. One thing I always appreciate is when players are wearing team uniforms. We see the team from Rishon LeZion there with their team shirts, which I think is always a nice touch. I think when you play as a team, you know, chess is a sport, at least in most countries it is, so it's nice to see that cohesion and that team spirit.
Yeah, we see some teams make more effort than others, I must admit, but definitely wearing a team uniform, wearing a team jacket, or just matching shirts, it often puts you in the spirit, puts you in the mood.
So that is Magnus Carlsen's team that you see there on the left-hand side in the nice white shirts. That is Offerspiel. If you are looking for Magnus, you're not going to find him. Magnus is taking a rest today. He is joined by Mr. Chessbra, Eric Hansen. So both these players just taking it easy. I think Magnus arrived on the same flight as you. You landed quite late last night, so it makes sense to take a rest.
Magnus plays so much chess that he's welcome. He deserves 1 day off, but he will be in action most likely tomorrow and the days following that. Meanwhile, his teammates do have some pressure. It's always hard, right?
Yeah.
When you're one of the top teams, you need to keep the pace. You cannot let your team down. I think that's one of the dynamics of team chess. Everyone has to play their part in order to have a successful campaign.
I think especially in a tournament as short as this, 7 rounds, there is almost no room for accident. If you lose one match, you're one of the top seeds team, one loss can be enough to just end your hopes and dreams of the title. The title,
and yeah, I did arrive on the same flight as most of the Norwegian team. I know they're gunning for the title. They came close last year. The reigning champions, however, are Novi Bor, a Czech team, at least in the open section, and they do begin, I believe, as the second seeds.
Absolutely, the second seeds. Today they are playing against a team from the Netherlands. We'll get to see that in the second. For now, we see the officials there on the left-hand side, the president of the Albanian Chess Federation. We see the president of the ECU. It looks like they're getting ready to make the ceremonial first move on the top board there on the left-hand side. That is the local Albanian team from Toita. They're playing against a team that's tough to pronounce, Taflalag Garda Barriere from Iceland.
Admirable job there, Fiona. I'm sure we will be messing up that name slightly. But yeah, they're clearly loving being on board one, and big challenge for them, though, uphill struggle.
Absolutely. Well, actually, it's a match where Toita, the local team, they have 3 very strong players on the top 3 boards. We see on the left-hand side there with the black pieces, Antonetta Stefanova, former women's world champion. So she will be playing against Johanna Johansdottir. And then the 2 Polish players on boards 2 and 3, Monika Soczko and Karina Zywka. And it looks like we are off. Some pictures are being taken. We saw the ECU president, Zura Asmai Parashvili, make the ceremonial first move. And very soon now, we should be getting some moves, some last words being exchanged, and there are the handshakes, and we are off.
There we go, the handshakes, and we're off. And I think, Fiona, we will be starting with covering some of the games from the open section, but board one in the women, they certainly have started the games. Often the opening phase of each day will be fast. We'll maybe do a bit of a recap. We won't dig too much into detail on the
Too many games.
Too many games. Literally, we couldn't do the maths, but hundreds of games ongoing at the same time.
When you say we can't do the maths, you mean we can't really. We would love one of you to do the maths for us.
Someone at home needs to do the maths for us.
Actually, speaking of people at home, well, if you're seeing this right now, clearly you have found the place to watch, so this tournament will be broadcast on the YouTube channel of the European Club Cup, so that's where you can find us throughout this week.
Yeah, and it looks like play in the open section is off as well. And okay, just the first few moves coming in right now.
Yeah, it looks like play has just gotten underway. We're just waiting to receive the first moves. We can see also the team from Novi Bor there. You talked about them, the defending champions. They brought in a new player compared to last year, and he is on board one there in the yellow and black polo shirt. That is Vincent Keimer from Germany. And Vincent, David, tell us, what are your thoughts on the young rising star?
Oh, great player. Of course, he nearly knocked out Magnus Carlsen from the World Cup, but that was just the latest in his exploits. He's still in his teens, I believe, and clearly he's doing all the right things, finally fully committed to chess. He turned professional, I believe, just before he turned 18, and yeah, he's one to watch. He's actually come in as a replacement for some of Novi Bor's top boards. They have been unfortunate in the fact that the Asian Games were taking place at the same time, so their traditional team leaders, Hari Krishna and Vidit, are unable to play due to this clash, and Vincent coming in, not a bad replacement, I've got to say.
For sure. So Vincent Keimer, I think playing board one is always a big task, and Vincent, even though he's so young, I think he's only 18 still, there is that pressure. When you're the team leader, you sort of have to carry the team, I think, you know. Everyone looks up to you, you're on board one. Do you feel that gives extra pressure?
Yeah, actually the last time, one of the last times I played in the European Club Cup was on a team with you, Fiona. I was board one. I felt a lot of pressure. You definitely have to lead the team. If board one loses, somehow morale drops. The rest of the team feel under pressure, and it doesn't go great. So normally board one, the strategy is stay solid, just don't lose, and if you can pick up some wins along the way, just a bit of a bonus.
And Vincent Keimer today, he's playing against a player you told me before we went live. You played against him before, Lennart Lennertz from Belgium, and also there we see almost a 400-point gap between the players. Can you tell us a bit about Lennertz? Yeah,
so a 400-point gap, but he is strong on his day, especially if he gets some good opening preparation in. Lennertz can be dangerous. But he's one of the top players in Belgium. I played him at the Olympiad last year where he was representing his country. And yeah, he plays the Slav defense religiously. He plays all of his openings. He knows exactly the ins and outs there, but a bit of a narrow repertoire. And Vincent is known for his opening prep too, so it won't be easy, of course. I think starting with black, though, for Vincent, it's never easy to guarantee winning chances. So potentially a banana skin if Vincent isn't quite warmed up yet.
For sure. We're still waiting for the moves to come in. For now, a word about the player you see on board two there for the defending champions. That's, of course, David Navarra, long-time Czech #1 player. And he really, I think, is one of the foundations of that team. He's the leading player of his country, and he is a veteran player at this point. Even I don't know how he's late 30s, I guess, but they just keep getting younger and younger.
Yeah, feels like he's been around forever. David Navarra, he's a regular on the open tournament circuit, of course, experienced great success. He's been over 2,700 for years at a time, and not a bad board two to have. I will say that on his day he can beat anyone in the world. So yeah, I think in terms of Novi Bor, their chances to retain their European title, pretty decent, pretty high. Of course, some big teams in there you can never guarantee in team chess where just 1 or 2 boards, it can be a bit random, as you mentioned earlier, Fiona, but David Navarra, yeah, one of the Czech players, and it's always nice to see teams represented by a bit of homegrown talent, and Novi Bor do have other strong Czech players involved in their lineup.
Absolutely, right next to David, we can't see it right now, I'm sure we'll see him later on. We have Nguyen, who I think is the Czech number 2 player, and then they also have a Czech player on board 6, so a very, I always think it's nice when teams, you know, have representatives from their countries. And what I like as well about the Novi Bor team is they've been playing with the same lineup for years, it feels. Yeah. We saw there a second ago, well, he's still on the screen, Mateusz Bartel from Poland, also Markus Rager. They were all part of the winning team last year. So Novi Bor clearly are going to be very eager to defend their titles.
Yeah, definitely eager, and it's interesting you mentioned having this consistent team lineup. From my experience at these team tournaments, walking around the restaurant, you see some teams, they all sit together, they have this great rapport, this great team spirit. Other teams, they don't really hang out together. They tend to be individuals and coming together. Yeah, it depends what the recipe for success.
We actually have 2 of the teams we talked about in our hotel. We have the Novi Bor team, and we have Magnus's Offerspiel. And I think they are 2 teams where team spirit is very important to them. We always see them eating together, hanging out. I think Novi Bor even yesterday went to the beach as a team, a little beach trip.
Team bonding.
Yeah. And it looks like we do have moves. So shall we start well, maybe we have Offerspiel on camera. Do you want to start there?
Yeah, let's start with Offerspiel. We mentioned them, the Norwegian team, a very young lineup here. And in the absence of Magnus Carlsen, it's actually Raunak Sadwani who sits on board 1, who represents them. He is the team leader for the day, at least. And we do see Raunak with the black pieces against a bit of an underdog, Giselle Lopez here. And let's catch up with some moves. It did start with d4, black replied knight f6, and early days, black playing b6 here. This is the Queen's Indian defense, and if we catch up with the current position, white trying to play the Petrosian setup, and now fianchettoing. So white's bishop is going to go to g2, white is going to get castled, and very solid start to this game. Raunak is known as a bit of a speed demon, and he's famous for his online exploits, and good solid start. I like the way white is approaching this one.
Do you feel Raunak has some extra pressure? It's his debut, I believe, for Offerspiel. He's on board 1. He's playing with the black pieces. What do you think his approach will be to the game?
I would have thought he'd want to get on the front foot quite early. It's extra pressure knowing that Magnus Carlsen is back, watching the games, ready to come in. Magnus is a bit of a harsh critic when it comes to his teammates, from my experience. But yeah, Raunak, I've actually been present at training camps where Offerspiel have brought together some of their young players, including Raunak, Pragnananda, Ariantari, and others who we see in the team. And yeah, Raunak, he really does shine. He's so quick, so good at calculation. And yeah, this could be a big breakthrough for him. But g3, still early days here.
Yeah, I think his opponent, by far the strongest player on the opposing team. He's an international master, Giselle Lopez. I think he used to represent the Netherlands, now representing Aruba.
Ooh,
nice. Nice little island there. So yeah, this game I think could be the closest from this match. Maybe we can take a quick look at board 2, where Ariantari is playing with the white pieces against Richard Durin.
Yeah, and Arian has had a tough few months. His results have been a bit inconsistent recently. Let's just do a quick rewind from the start. He plays the English Opening.
Something you know a thing or 2 about.
I'd like to see that one. And okay, black develops, well, very provocatively, and now allowing white to occupy the center. We see some bizarre moves actually here, Fiona. It looks a bit like a reverse Sicilian. Black's bishop's now very strong on this diagonal. This bishop a bit blocked on b7. But again, early days here. It feels like both players are freestyling at this point, of just a very unorthodox opening, which usually on paper will kind of favor the higher rated players. But it is Arian, first one to really be thinking here. And I'm expecting him, after a bit of thought, to do something we saw in the previous game, just feeing Cheto his bishop. This tends to be the normal plan. I've actually had this position a lot myself from the black side in blitz.
Okay, very interesting. So as you say, early doors. Shall we move on to the next one? We're going to go through the opening stages, I think, quite quickly, just because there's so many games we want to see a little bit of everything. So let's check in with board 3, Dick de Graaf against Pranav. Yeah,
and Pranav, another very strong young Indian player, still in his teens. He's really had a breakthrough. He's had some fantastic results online, actually for the Norway Gnomes, for example, in the Pro Chess League. And I'm loving this opening from White. I've got to say, remember, White is the lower rated player, and he's not scared here to attack. D4, the Smith-Morra Gambit, giving up a pawn and just not taking it back. This is known to be slightly on the dodgy side, but very, very playable for White if you know the ideas, and you can often catch your opponent unawares. White has some great attacking chances, especially against f7, hence why Black blocks by putting a pawn on e6, and here we see still very well-known stuff. White's bishop will come out, put some pressure on the d6 pawn, and Fiona, I think it's a good strategy, low-rated player attacking.
I was just going to say that. I think it's a good strategy. You're the underdog. You don't really have anything to lose. The rating difference between the two players is 400 points. So I think you might as well, you know, play an attacking opening, especially if, I guess, it's his style, and just try and, you know, put some pressure rather than giving them an easy game. And
yeah, I mean, that's always my advice. People sometimes ask me, how should I play against high-rated players? And I just say, attack them. That's the one thing they feel uncomfortable with. You don't want to give them too much respect. Slowly let them outmaneuver you later. The longer the game goes on, the more it favors high-rated players. So being very direct. I must admit, I don't know too much about Dick de Graaf here with the white pieces, but yeah, loving his opening choice. And yeah, I know that Pranav, a very attacking player, being on the defensive maybe won't suit him too well.
Before we move on, maybe just very quickly, so this was a gambit opening. White has given up a pawn. Can you maybe talk just a little bit about where the compensation is supposed to come from?
Yeah, firstly, it's the development. If we just do a quick count here, White does have a lot of pieces out in the center already. White has already castled. If you compare that to Black, Black has only got one knight out, and this looks like a standard Sicilian position, White lacking the pawn on c2, but actually the absence of this pawn does allow you some quick open lines later. White's rook quickly going to occupy the center, and it's actually quite tricky here for Black to castle without giving something in return. For example, if Black brings the knight out, I think, okay, he's deep in thought right now, Pranav, but White often will have time to gang up and win this pawn at the very least. So often you win your pawn back. Whether that gives an advantage or not is unclear, but yeah, it's all about speed of development, all about those attacking chances.
So we'll see what White can do here. Before we move on, I see there's a couple of questions in the chat. I see Dio Brando is saying, I wonder if you can go to the venue and take a look, meet the players. So what you can do is there is a room here in our broadcast room for spectators. I don't know inside the playing hall if spectators are allowed, but the players know. That's why you guys are all here. It's not for us.
Stuck with us. We're like the consolation prize. We're like the second choice, last resort.
So, okay, while you're not allowed, it turns out, in the playing hall, there is room here. And of course, the players, a vast majority of them are staying at this hotel. So they will have to come out of the playing hall at some point.
Yeah, if you're in Albania, come hang out with us, come join us. I did get a few messages on social media saying people were keen to meet the players, and this is your chance to do so. They will be coming out just around the side here. But yeah, we'll try and take you through as much of the action as possible if it's unfortunately impossible to get to the playing hall.
So let's take a look. Or do you want to move on to another match maybe?
Yeah, maybe let's try and check out some of the other top seeds in the open section before moving on to the action in the women's. Should we go to the top seeds?
Let's do it. So the top seeds, we talked about them before. Super Chess from Romania, I mentioned Vishy Anand and Richard Report are both resting today, the top two boards. So on board one, we have Bogdan Daniel Deac playing against Yuval Yanev.
Yeah, and we talked about surprise factor in the openings already, and here it's the higher rated player who launched a surprise. This is the current position. It looks quite standard, but I'm just going to go back quickly to move one. It was a Sicilian defense, and here, well, Bogdan Daniel Deac played pawn to h3. So
I don't know if I've ever seen that move, at least, you know, at the level that Bogdan usually plays as this top elite event. I don't think I've seen this before.
Yeah, I've only actually seen it during one tournament, but I saw it happen 3 times in the same tournament. And on the black side in every single game was the Turkish player, Mustafa Yilmaz.
Please, can I ask you, is that a Dubov here?
I don't think so.
Don't think so. I'm not sure Daniel Dubov is here with us, unfortunately. But we have other top players. We have many strong players involved. And yeah, the idea behind H3 is it's just a bit of a waiting move depending on how black sets up. White has a lot of flexibility. It's basically an English opening, just with colours reversed with an extra tempo. And yeah, I was just mentioning Mustafa Yilmaz as black. He always plays the Sicilian Najdorf, and once in the Grand Swiss 2021, I think Alexenko played H3 against him and managed to win. And he was obviously a bit upset as black. And then someone else played H3 against him. And then in the Blitz tournament following the event, someone else played H3. And as black, he lost all 3 games. So it has been played. It's got some pedigree. But
okay, very interesting. So let's see, how did black has spent a bit of time, as we can see. Dejac has only spent none of his time. He still has the starting 1 hour 30, while black clearly must have been surprised a little bit by this approach.
yeah, understandably. It makes a lot of sense. Usually the first critical moment in any game is when a player is surprised. And here white plays knight to e2. So maybe showing why he's delayed playing knight f3 on move 2 there. I'm still kind of confused as to how useful this pawn push is. But the top players, they tend to kind of like freestyling. Again, it favors them if both players are out of their opening theory. So early days, but the top seeds and the top board for the top seeds right now. He is definitely trying to launch that surprise.
Absolutely, and it looks like he has succeeded. So let's move on to board 2, where with the white pieces for Vishy Anand, Ari goes playing against Jordan van Foreest.
Yeah, and we might not have Daniel Dubov here with us, but we do have Jordan van Foreest, who's got a very similar style, likes his sacrifices, likes his dynamic play. I'll just do a quick refresh up to this point, just action replay. This one started as a d4 opening, it transposed into the Queen's Gambit declined, and actually, well, transposed to a semi-Slav after that, as a lot of modern chess openings do. There are a lot of transpositions, and I'm a bit skeptical about white's strategy in this game. Jordan is known as an opening expert, and this is a very forcing line. This is actually, this has been played by real top players. I remember a Kasparov game from many years ago, and after a few fireworks in the center here, this is the position we're left with. Black has great dynamic play. Often you bring out a bishop to c5, a queen to b6. Black often even castles queenside, and it gets really, really sharp. The main dilemma is when white eventually decides to push in the center, things open up. But I've always quite liked black's chances, and for Jordan van Foreest, who's of course a very strong player, I think this suits his style.
I guess the one drawback of the black position is the isolated pawn on e6. Is that ever a concern in the long term? Can that become a weakness, or how do you handle that?
Yeah, definitely, and actually one of white's main plans, I believe, is to actually go for this pawn in the near future with the white knight. So some drawbacks to black's position. White often as well, very quick to break down the black queenside structure. So yeah, it's just a complicated position that's pretty much guaranteed. So I hope white is up for the task.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting about white, he's been playing very quickly, still has over an hour and a half. So it looks like so far he is in his preparation, but we'll see how long he can keep it up. Of course, that's the challenge when you play these top guys. So we'll keep an eye on that. I think so far the most exciting position we've seen today.
Definitely one of the most exciting. And I'm just looking across the boards. We can maybe not dive too deeply into the next few. It's still very theoretical positions. Here we see Vladimir Fedoseev, a very strong player now representing Serbia, I believe.
Slovenia. Yeah.
Sorry.
Easy to mess up with, I think, Sarana, who's also playing here.
He played Sarana actually recently in an online tournament, so sorry for my mistake there. Yeah, representing Slovenia, and yeah, just a very standard King's Indian defense here. Still a well-known position, but black burning a bit of time on the clock. We have Shevchenko, who's representing Romania these days, and it is a Romanian team. So they do have, I believe, on their bottom 3 boards and on their top board, a lot of Romanian players.
Yeah, and we have Richard Report resting as well, so 5 out of their 8 players Romanian representatives.
Yeah, and Kirill Shevchenko with the black pieces, he's just put his queen on b6. This is obviously attacking a pawn, and here white has a few moves to defend this. You can defend it with a rook. If you want to be really sneaky, you push a pawn to a3, and you say, please take my queen, well, take my pawn with your queen, and now white is the one to trap this piece. So again, still very well-known stuff. Shevchenko won't fall into this trap, but that's what I'm expecting white to do in this game.
Absolutely. Also, maybe a quick word about the captain of the Super Chess team. We both know him well, Grandmaster Ivan Sokolov, who's actually been a very successful coach and captain. He was a coach for Alireza Firouzja, among other things. He trained a lot of the Iranian players. He became a winning Olympiad captain last year with Uzbekistan, and now this is the second year that Super Chess are trying to win the Club Cup. Last year they fell a bit short, so this year they are the top seeds. They have, you know, Vishy Anand, the legend, on board one, so I think they really very much want to win this event.
Imagine being a captain for Vishy Anand. Like, what
what
words of advice could you give Anand? Imagine coaching him, telling him what opening to play.
We'll see how that goes the next few days when Vishy joins the fray. For now, shall we quickly check the last two boards? So Nisipianu against Ripstein.
And Nisipianu, very experienced player, very successful player, been over 2,700 many times. And again, a bit of an unorthodox opening. Let's just do a quick action replay. Another Sicilian, and not an open Sicilian, pushing a pawn to c3. Small trap involved. This is not a pawn sacrifice. Knight takes pawn would walk into a nasty double attack, a check, and the knight drops off next move. So black instead moved his bishop, blocking that potential check, and after a trade of pawns in the center. Okay, I quite like black's position, I must admit. White does have the bishop pair, but this is a bit of a backward pawn. Black's got quick development. I'm expecting just getting that bishop developed, and castling looks like a healthy position for the lower rated player.
You're a bit of an Alapin expert. Here c3 was played, but usually d4 follows, and here it doesn't seem like white is ready yet. So what's going to happen with that pawn on d2?
Yeah, I guess white is just going to really play slowly here. For example, if black develops as I expect, white will put a pawn in the center, just kind of slow play it, maybe bring his knight out, and black's rooks are going to come to the center after castling. I think it's just a level position, but that's a success when you're black against a higher rated opponent.
For sure, and let's move on now to the last game we haven't seen from this match on board 6, Alexander Kundin against Constantin Lupulescu.
Yeah, and just a very standard open Sicilian position here, nothing too spectacular, but yeah, Lupulescu with the black pieces, he plays pretty much every opening under the sun. But again, I just love what white's doing, going on the attack very early on. White has a clear plan of pushing the f-pawn forward, bishop in a nice active post. That tends to be good advice. Lower roasted player, not afraid to go on the front foot here. So this one I see as a potential banana skin. Lupulescu spending a lot of time on the clock early.
Looks almost a bit like my favorite opening, the Grand Prix. It didn't start out as a Grand Prix, but I like what white is doing. For sure. So we've now seen the top two matches. Maybe we can take a very quick look at the title defenders, Novi Bor. We saw them on, well, we have them on camera right there, so that's perfect. And then we'll move to the women's section.
Yeah, let's check out the clash on board 3 here, but Novi Bor reigning champions. Vincent Keimer, we talked about him shortly, well, just a bit before. And okay, it looks like he's facing some issues here against Lennart Lennartz, because not only has white got more time than he started the game with, but Vincent has spent nearly 20 minutes, and there's a big threat on the board. White's last move, I don't think will go right from the very start here, but I just want to highlight it started as a Nimzo Indian defense, and white's last move, really a rare idea, dropping the knight back, and that's because this black bishop doesn't have too many squares. And after knight to d1, how is black extricating this bishop? It looks like it's about to get trapped with a simple pawn push. One of the highest rated players in the event. He's got to come up with some creative stuff.
Yeah, and I think you can sense a little bit the pressure that we were talking about. I think when you're playing for a new team, he might have played for them in the league, but not in the Club Cup. You're on board 1, you're the team leader, you're playing with the black pieces. Does black have to somehow try and play d5, or how do you?
Yeah, I think he might have to play d5, and the big question is, okay, he's thinking right now, Vincent, for a long time. The question is, what happens if white pushes forward? And after a capture, I guess the bishop will get hit. It's going to have to retreat, and this would be a very forcing line. Now white has actually 2 threats to trap this bishop on a5, and also to fork a couple of pieces. Black would have to play pawn to c6. The bishop will drop back, and It looks okay for black, but white has a lot of space on the queen side. I really like white's position here, actually. A nice, strong bishop. Yeah, I guess the other option here, Fiona, would be to attack white's queen. And okay, I was going to try some tactics there, but I won't do.
Let's do it.
I won't dive too deep. I was going to say bishop to e4 maybe, but actually this bishop might just get trapped.
So after
bishop to a5, I guess, would be the only move. And yeah, I was going to suggest a tactic that didn't work. Often in these types of positions, you can actually, for example, push the black pawn forward. And here it doesn't quite work, but the black pawn pushing forward. And here there's actually a very similar position with white's knight still on c3, and the white queen would then be trapped suddenly. So this tactic not quite working for black. I think Vincent's just desperately trying to find an alternative, but eventually he will most likely play your move.
You talked about Leonard Lennart's, about how his opening repertoire is maybe a bit narrow, but now we see the advantage. When you have a narrow opening repertoire, usually you know your openings very, very well. And it looks like Vincent maybe was surprised here somewhere, and yeah, his position, not what he was hoping, at least, I would say. Yeah,
it definitely feels like a case of the high-rated player just trying to get a position, just trying to get out of the opening without any theory, without studying too much. And yeah, white here, Leonard Lennart's. Yeah. Let's watch out for him causing an upset.
Absolutely. Let's move on now to board 2. David Navarro, we talked about him long time. #1 Czech player playing against Alexander Suvorov.
Yeah, and this one, it's a very quiet position. It did stem from a Sicilian defense, but very blocked. None of this Grand Prix, none of this attacking stuff that we want to see, Fiona.
No.
David Navarro playing very positionally here. White does have a bit of an outpost, a bit of a hole to use for his pieces. I'm expecting in the next few moves for white to trade off this knight, maybe bring a knight himself into d5, and it will be very slow, very strategic, but I think that will favor Navarro as the higher-rated player.
Absolutely. And then on board 3 with the white pieces, quite a young up-and-coming player from the Netherlands, Siem van Daal, playing against Van Nguyen.
Yes, and again, another open Sicilian seems to be a bit of a theme on the top board
but
so far today.
But this one looks a lot more exciting.
Yeah, a lot more exciting, and I think we're getting excited by the presence of pawns on e4 and f4.
And the king on the queen side.
Yeah, and potentially some big threats. White at some point might try and trap this bishop on e6. The bishop, of course, can capture a knight. It can use the c4 square, but yeah, I'm liking it. It looks promising here for Van Daal.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's all about where the black king castles. If it ever kind of plucks up the courage to castle kingside, white will just throw all the pawns forward on that flank. What I am expecting from Nguyen here is to trade a set of pawns at some point and then plant a knight on e5. This is just kind of a healthy way to survive the next few moves, but white's got active pieces, white's got development.
Yeah, and much like in the Vincent game, black is the one who has been spending time. So far I'm liking what I'm seeing for the players with the white pieces from the underdog, Limburg.
Yeah, definitely not one-way traffic, at least in this match so far. Looks like the lower-rated team here, they've got out of the opening in every board with decent chances.
Let's keep looking. So we saw the top 3 boards. Let's move to board 4, where Mateusz Bartel is playing against Luka Suvorov. So I guess 2 players from the same family. I don't know if they're brothers or, but yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Actually, I was looking at the players list, and several teams, both in the open and women's section, seem to have a family connection. Some siblings playing. There's a mother-daughter combo, I believe, on one of the top boards in the women's section. But here we do see another Suvorov, and here he's black. It's come from a Spanish, Roy Lopez. Again, very standard stuff. And white's last move, I mean, often we see just slow play here. Pawn steps forward, a bishop comes out, and a lot of maneuvering. But okay, Bartel, who's a very aggressive player, he's actually sacrificing a pawn. He's jumped into d5. If black captures on e4, I believe his idea is to just kick this knight back. And if it retreats, then, for example, he can start pinning. And this is slightly annoying. Very active from white. Bartel, he's, I think in his own words, he would say that he's a bit of a hit and miss player. When he's on form, he can crush anyone. He plays very quick, very intuitively.
So I guess you're saying that's a pawn on e4 you wouldn't take?
I would think about it. I would probably spend like 45 minutes thinking about it and then chicken out. But that's just me. And clearly has forced his opponent to think here. The other option would be to drop back to d6, but this would really backfire, just to show a little tactic, because the queen actually lacks squares. You can't push a pawn forward because there'll be some discovered attacks against the black king, and if you move, your queen does get trapped after knight to c7. So there's definitely some pitfalls to avoid in the early stages.
Yeah, it makes sense, I think, for black to take some time here. We'll see. Does he dare take the pawn? We'll come back to this one a little bit later, but a very direct approach for sure here by Mateusz Bartel. And let's move on to board 5, where Lauren Percampos is playing against Marcos Raga.
Yeah, and this one, it is another battle between a slightly lower rated player and an experienced grandmaster, Raga from Austria. He's been there, he's done it, he's an opening expert, and here we see a King's Indian defense, very blocked center. This structure gives white a bit more space, but black with the kind of the opposite pawn structure is very, very solid here, and black will move this knight out the way, start throwing some pawns forward towards the white king. I will say Percampos with the white pieces, he's a very young player from Germany, and I believe he plays for Offerspiel as well. So he's, I've met him at some training camps. He's a very nice guy and very dangerous if you let him attack.
Okay, so we'll see what he can do with this. The time here is quite even, so I think so far, you know, we're of course only 40 minutes in to the first round, but I like the way that the Limburg players have approached the match. And let's just see the last board where Stefan Zilka from the Czech Republic, I have to say, he's rated almost 2,600, a player I'm not too familiar with.
Yeah, I've just seen some of his games lately. I believe he's made a bit of a jump in the last year or two, Zilka, and yeah, clearly he's playing for the reigning champions. He can't be too bad. Experienced player himself, grandmaster now, and I think I prefer white's position here just because white has the space, pawn on d4, and this structure, h-pawn rolling forward as well. Black is lacking counterplay. Black is a bit cramped, this bishop a bit stuck. Depending on which side you go as well with black, with the black king, you'll most likely get attacked a bit later on. I'm expecting the black king to go queen side.
Going king side looks very, very scary.
Yeah, just to show there'll be some attacks. White's bishop will come forward, maybe a Greek gift sacrifice on h7. Yeah, no protection. I think the king will maybe, even on this move, just castle queenside, because at least now you have the knights on this flank. But black's lacking pawn breaks. Maybe the only counterplay will rest on this move, f6, in the near future. Slight advantage for white.
Absolutely. So we've seen all top 3 matches from the Open. Shall we take a quick look at what's happening in the women's section?
Yeah, and okay, which match shall we start with? Maybe board 1?
Yeah, let's look at board 1. So just to remind everyone, on board 1 is not actually the top seeds, but the Albanian team from Tyre is seeded onto that first board. And they have none other than former women's world champion Antoaneta Stefanova on board 1. So let's see what is happening there.
Yeah, so the local favourites, the home team from Albania, and yeah, not a bad board 1 to have, a women's world champion. Let's maybe go back from the start here, because we do see a bit of an imbalanced position already. It started as a Caro-Kann defence.
David, you know a thing or two about the Caro-Kann.
So do you, Fiona?
I used to.
You do? Well, didn't you do a chessable course on this?
Ginger GM
gingerball
DVD.
course, yeah. Fiona, an expert in this opening. I'll quiz you on what to do as black in a moment. Or maybe we can learn from
Please
Stefanova. I'll save that for later. So here, black has several options. White is playing the 2 knights variation against the Caro-Kann, probably named because 2 knights are out in the center. And black goes for a very solid position here, the most solid choice, going for a pin and trading off bishop for knight. And normally not liked by the top players in the world, giving up the bishop pair, but here the justification is that black has this rock solid structure, and as long as it remains blocked, knights do a good job of fighting. So black brought piece out, another bishop out, and white is going for it on the king side. I think just hoping here that black, again, will castle into the attack, whereupon white will throw all the pawns forward. White will throw the g-pawn, h-pawn forward and hope to whip up something, but black hasn't committed yet, and I'm expecting maybe a similar idea for black on the queen side, pawns coming forward. I will say Stefanova, she's great in these dynamic positions where it's there's a little bit of spice. She can whip up some tactics here and there, but right now, yeah, it looks like fire with fire.
Let me ask you about the black king. What do you think the fate of the black king will be?
because I have commitment issues, I would keep it in the center as long as possible. But I think when the moment is right, either when black has a big attack on the queen side, then maybe Stefanova will feel comfortable to castle king side if she's ahead in the race. If not, she might just keep her king in the center for the near future. There's a possibility of going to the queen side as well, but it's a bit of a guessing game. I think white doesn't really want to commit, black doesn't want to commit. It's more likely white will go queen side just because of pawns push forward. But yeah, this one's shaping up for a nice fight of mutual attacks.
Absolutely. I like to see it again. I think white is approaching this game in the right way, just taking the game to black, and we'll see a big fight. Let's see what's happening on board 2 between Monika Sochko and Hallgerður Torsteinsdottir.
Okay, I'm not sure. There might be some issues on this board with some moves. We don't have the moves right now. We'll come back to this. But yeah, I was going to say another case of a very experienced player and a clear favorite in this one.
And I think that was the mother-daughter combo you were talking about. So we don't have moves right now for board 2, but on board 3 for the Icelandic team, Hallgerdur's mother is playing Gudlaug at Torsteinsdottir, and she's taking on Karina Zivka.
Yeah, and here again, I like what white has been doing. Just very solid start to this opening. White will try to get castled as soon as possible. I was going to say I thought it started as a London system. It did. But rather than push a pawn to c3, just a really slow London system, white has pushed a pawn to c4. So we'll get some tension in the center. Black will strike out, and it's likely we'll see some simplifications. For example, now maybe the most logical move, the most healthy move would be to open things up in the center for black. These 4 pawns might disappear, and things will be very level. But as the slightly lower rated player, that's a good strategy too. You can either attack your higher rated opponents, or you frustrate them by getting an equal position and waiting for them to overpress. And
yeah, Gudlaug, she's an extremely experienced player, so we'll see what happens here, but so far it's so good for her. And let's check in with board 4. So on board 4 we have a local player from Albania. This game is hard to predict what's going to happen, because the player from Albania has a FIDE rating of 1263, so a lot lower rated than the rest of her team. But her Icelandic opponent is unrated, so we'll see what happens. It looks like on the camera we can see that the Albanian player is actually a very young player, so her rating might not be telling the whole story. Yeah. And yeah, let's see. Maybe we can go from the start here, because this looks like madness.
Yes, please. This is one of the most fun positions we've seen. It's still early days, of course, in the round, but after an e4, e5 opening, white went for something called the Scotch Gambit, pushing a pawn, but not recapturing now on d4. That would be the Scotch game. Instead, just happily playing down a pawn. And actually, this is an opening close to my heart. I used to play this constantly until I was about 12 years old from the white side. And the big trick here is that actually white gives up a second pawn. White is 2 pawns down right now. But after attacking this knight in the center, once it's defended, white gives up a piece. Bishop takes pawn. And okay, here the usual move is queen takes bishop. And this move appealed to me so much when I was young, this double attack, hitting the queen, hitting the knight, and making use of the fact that there's a pin on the e-file, meaning black cannot take this knight with the knight on e4, and also a pin on the d-file, where if I can get my arrows right, then black cannot play pawn takes knight, for example, because the queen behind it would drop.
I've played this opening quite a bit as white as well. I didn't even realize that there was another move than queen takes d5. So could f5 here already be a mistake by black?
It does feel wrong, right? It does feel as if you weaken this diagonal, making it harder for the black king to castle later on. And okay, white didn't just retreat the bishop here. White tried to regain the material balance immediately, so winning back the 2 pawns that were gambited. And after this check was blocked, I mean, logical play this last few moves from both sides. White is trying to make use of this pin. This bishop under a lot of pressure. It looks really nice for white, I've got to say. Absolutely.
The bishop is not the only piece under a lot of pressure. The pawn on d4 as well. The white has 3 attackers on that pawn right now. Black has only 2 defenders. I think at the very least, white is going to go from being 2 pawns down to being a pawn up. And I very much like Eileen's chances here.
Yeah, a young player, clearly underrated, looking very confident there, you've got to say, on the camera as well, as she waits for her opponent to move. And just to illustrate your point there, Fiona, if black castles, which is maybe the safest move in the position, getting the king to safety, then a simple trade, and at the very least, white will take a pawn. And yeah, ongoing initiative, it looks like black's pieces are very passive as well. The white knight can come out, and healthy extra pawn, maybe an attack later on. Looks like a big success for the Albanian team on that board.
Absolutely. So that board may be the only one where they weren't too sure what's going to happen. I think it's fantastic that they have a young local player on the team. So looking good for her, looking good for the team so far. We'll come back to this later on. For now, let's see the top seeds from the women's section. Monte Carlo, who today are playing against a certain Offerspiel team.
Yeah, Offerspiel, Magnus Carlsen's team in the open section. They have sent a women's team here as well to compete. And on board one, we do have Olga Dolgova, who's a very strong player who now lives in Norway, actually. I believe originally from Ukraine. And she's playing against Maria Mosichuk. This started as the Trompovsky attack. Let's just do it quick.
Yeah, I actually was introduced to Olga yesterday, and she was telling me that she used to play a lot of chess, and now she hadn't played for a few years. She sort of fell out of love. I think chess often goes in waves. You have periods where you're very enamored with the game and then a bit less so, but she's celebrating her comeback here. And well, what a test to be playing Maria Mosichuk in game one. Another
former women's world champion. But we're in love with chess, Fiona. That's the important thing. we fall in and out, but right now we're very much in love with chess. And yeah, really complicated opening choice here, actually.
To be fair, it's easy to be in love when we're here commentating. We can go to the beach in the morning. We don't have to stress about preparation. We don't have to stress about painful losses. So
yeah, that's true. It's funny you say that. I was having lunch with a good friend of ours, Nils Grandelius, and I was saying, yeah, it's the most beautiful part of being a commentator is not having to sit in your hotel room and study your opponent's games every morning.
Couldn't agree more.
And
so the pawn on b2 under attack.
White defends that pawn with the queen, and still well-known stuff here. Black develops, and okay, I've got to say I quite like White's position purely because these doubled f pawns make things a bit more difficult for Black. It's kind of a flexible position for both sides. I quite like the maneuver of bringing this knight round this direction, trying to go a lot of arrows here. Sorry, a bit of a zigzag over to h5 to attack Black's king, which can be a bit vulnerable on the king side here. It definitely feels like Maria Mosichuk is trying to kind of get her slightly rustier opponent thinking early days, but yeah, White's doing pretty well. Still relatively well-known position here, but spending a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, I have to say I like what White has done, and let's move on to the next one. We were talking about families playing on the same team. I think the Mosichuk sisters may be some of the best known two family members to play. So on board two we have Anna Mosichuk, and she's playing against Victoria Nie.
Yeah, and this one started as a Sicilian defense. Let's just do a quick action replay. Another open Sicilian, and Black going for the Khan variation, which transposes kind of into a Taimanov. So lots of different Sicilians, but they do share a lot in common here. And Black has built a nice pawn center, really nice structure, but White clearly ahead in development. That is the trigger for White pushing forward. We love it, Fiona.
My favorite move.
Your favorite move. And yeah, really trying to go for this Black king. So Anna Mosichuk clearly in an aggressive mood. Another very strong world-class player, of course, and getting ready to fianchetto her bishop on this long diagonal. I must say I like White's chances at this early stage. It feels like Black maybe just one or two moves away from getting the king to safety, but that could be fatal long term.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this already looks relatively scary for Black. So let's leave that one for now and move on to board three, where two young players, Ellen Nielsen with the white pieces, is taking on Sarah Khadem.
Yeah, and this position, we're now at move 20, but it's still well known. It's still a theoretical position. I've actually studied this one myself, which is a bit embarrassing. I'm such a nerd. And this one, it was actually another e4, e5 opening. I'll go through this very, very quickly, just because a lot of the viewers at home might play this opening themselves. It started as an Italian game, and White goes for the most direct choice here. A lot of the top players in the world just push this pawn one square. When things become quieter, slower, but white opens the center and now attacks the knight. Counterattack against white's bishop, and we see the center, this structure now get locked. So white has a bit more space, but black has this beautiful active knight in the center, and still very well-known territory. I think there have been various books on this. Wesley So once did a chessable course on this, and okay, I won't go into the ins and outs. There's a little tactic here. This is the only thing I really wanted to show. This bishop now being undefended on d3, so black is able to get the knight out of the way. Discovered attack is essentially trading off pieces. Black has the bishop pair, but a few moves later we see another discovered attack. Lots of little tricky tactics here, and the final position I would say is roughly balanced, but the reason white can be slightly optimistic is you do have a bit more space, and often you can kind of switch attentions, especially if you can force black to take this bishop. Let's say if I make a move, if black ever does take this bishop, then white will be able to whip up some initiative on the king side. So slight advantage for white, if I believe, and that will favor the lower rated player, Ellen Nielsen, Danish international.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, don't be fooled by Ellen's rating. It might only be 2161, but I think Ellen has been working very hard on her chess. She's been higher rated than that. Some might know her as a streamer as well, and yeah, very ambitious young player, and I very much like what she's doing here.
Yeah, showing great opening preparation. She's ahead on time against her high-rated opponent. Yeah, Sarah as black here, she's had a had a journey over the last couple of years. She now kind of lives in Spain. Yeah, so I know at the World Cup I had a chat with her. She felt a bit rusty there, so just making a comeback now, playing a bit more after becoming a mother. So yeah, let's keep an eye on this one for later.
And on board 4, we have an absolute legend of the game. It's impossible not to love her with the white pieces, Pia Kramling, playing against Lara Janzeli from Slovenia.
Yeah, and we talked about love of chess going up and down. I think Pia's had that lifelong love affair with chess. She's such a legend, winning Olympic gold when she was later in her career. And okay, with white, this is kind of the epitome of Pia Kramling's chess style. She loves kind of grinding away those small strategic advantages. This started as an exchange Slav, which normally elicits a groan from from experienced chess players. White taking the pawn here, so a very symmetrical pawn structure, and maybe just knowing that her opponent Lara is quite an attacker, she's just trying to take the sting out of everything. And if we catch up with the live position, I think the main difference here between the two sides is that black has this odd-looking rook on a7. It's of course doing a job defending this pawn next to it, but very, very misplaced, this piece. If black now had the time to somehow drop the rook back and across to challenge for this open c-file, then black would be doing fine. It would be a level position, but right now it's just a bit clumsy. You would love to push this pawn forward as well, but this will only create holes. White can start chipping away at this pawn structure. I think it's just a small advantage for white. Very, very stable here as well, mostly due to the occupation of the open c-file.
A tiny edge, but exactly I think what Pia excels in, those kind of positions. So we'll come back here, of course, in a short while, still early doors. But so far, the ladies from Offerspiel, I think, putting up a great fight against the top seeds.
Yeah, definitely. And we should mention the women's section is just the 4 boards. So every game matters actually even more maybe than the open section. You cannot afford a defeat there. It's 4 boards is, I would argue, much more difficult than 6.
Absolutely, a lot more variance gets introduced. So for now, let's move on to the 3rd match in the women's section, where actually Super Chess are the 2nd seed in the women's section. They're the top seeds in the open. And on board 1, they have Nino Batsiashvili from Georgia. She's playing against another top player, Sophie Mier from France.
Yeah, and both players.
A lot has come off the board here.
Yeah, both players are playing some super chess right now. And this one, what should we do? Should we start from the opening? From the beginning? So
quickly.
Very quickly. I'll race through. It started as another English opening, basically a reversed Sicilian here. And black did drop the bishop back. This is, again, well-known stuff. White's queen coming out, huge threat against the g7 pawn. Black blocks, trade of pieces, and I just want to see where we kind of saw the queen exchange and where this pawn structure was damaged. Okay, after a trade, still very normal stuff, very quick from both players, and here white's knight wants to make a journey into a nice, beautiful central square, so black chops off that piece, and Maybe, okay, interesting decision, allowing pawn to f4, attacking this knight. The knight has to move, of course, and now the tension between the queens means that black has this really ugly pawn structure. But white doesn't have any knights, so it's hard to take advantage of this. What do you think, Fiona? First instincts?
My first instinct is I'd rather be white. I feel like the pawn structure is quite important here. I feel the bishops thrive in open position. I feel the light squared bishop has a nice diagonal. It's not, if that bishop was completely blocked, maybe, in general, I like knights. So, no, here I would take white. I wonder, also, one of the problems I see for black is that the knight doesn't have an obvious outpost.
Yeah, this could be a real problem, actually, and white has ways to open up the position, maybe rook to c1 and pawn to c5, and opening the position will suit the white pieces. Also, this rook can come in, start probing some weak pawns. I would definitely say advantage for white. I'm not sure how much, but yeah, this clash, though, I mean, for round one of any tournament, these are two extremely strong players, two experienced players as well. This could be a kind of final round clash, let alone a round one clash.
I think things have gone a little bit wrong for Sophie here. I'm not sure where, but also her time usage is always, in general, a good indicator for when has something not go quite as planned. We see Sophie is down to 1 hour and 6 minutes. I don't think she'll be too happy here. Of course, things are far from hopeless, but I think white just has a very comfortable position.
Yeah, and Sophie, as black, Sophie Mie, she's an attacker. She wants to be on the front foot. And yeah, a slightly worse endgame with black defending is definitely not a big success. Also in team tournaments, I think it's nice, especially on board one, we mentioned it earlier, when you're the leader of the team, you want a small advantage with no risk. You want to cut out any risk of losing. It gives the rest of your team a lot of confidence. So Nino doing a good job here.
Actually, let me ask you just one final thing here. Oh, we had more moves, right?
Oh, yeah.
Could white have played, instead of rook d1, I was wondering if I play bishop d7 and try to give up my bishop, create a second pawn weakness. So if I take on c6, do you think there's any chances in the rook ending, or black would be happy to enter this?
Yeah, I think here black would be relatively happy because actually this pawn structure isn't the worst in the world. Black could easily throw this pawn forward, and it's what we call a minority attack. This one pawn would make these two pawns feel a bit uncomfortable, and I think having pawn weaknesses, especially when there's bishops and knights on the board, it becomes a bigger thing. With just rooks, it's harder. Actually, in any endgame, any rook endgame, this pawn structure is very hard to break down, even if the whole queenside disappeared, because white can never create a pass pawn herself here on the king side. So pawn structure is a big thing, of course, but it tends to be more of an important factor in the early stage of the game or the middle game. In an endgame like this, I think it would be roughly level chances. I like the fact she's kept rooks on the board, and this bishop, as you mentioned earlier, Fiona, could be slightly superior to the knight later on.
So we'll see how this one develops. For now, let's move on to board two. So the rest of the Italian team are Italian players, Sophie Mie, who we just saw, from France. And on board two, we have Thea Guecci, who's playing against Dinara Wagner. Dinara Wagner, a player who's been in superb form this year. She won one of the women Grand Prix, I think, in Cyprus, which earned her her first GM norm. And then she scored a second GM norm at the Dortmund. There was a close tournament in Dortmund this summer. So she's not only gained a huge amount of rating, but she's actually very close to becoming a full
Grandmaster.
GM.
Yeah, very strong player. I was watching some of the games at those tournaments, and she's just, I mean, the style of the games as well. When she's on form, when she's able to get her type of position, her opening preparation, she really kind of doesn't let her opponents breathe. And right now, it's relatively balanced. It's another Sicilian. Every game today seems to be the Sicilian. Openings go in trends, in in cycles with fashion, and I'm loving the fact that this has come into things more. White does have a space advantage with these kind of this clamp. We would call this pawn structure the Maroczy bind. So it's all about whether black can eventually break out in the center, and it looks like Dinara as black will try and prepare this. Maybe she'll put her bishop on b7 and try and break out later, but she has to be careful. White is advancing. Maybe we'll see the h-pawn advance. Black's knight is a bit misplaced on this square. So both sides have reason to be happy. Thea as well, a very strong player.
Absolutely. Balanced fight so far. Let's move on to board three. With the white pieces, Irina Bolmaga from Romania playing against Angela Grimaldi.
Okay, and an interesting...
Wow, it's a lot of moves they've played.
Yeah, a lot of moves. Well, it feels like a lot of moves. It's actually just move 11, but...
oh, that's something. I was...
I've been making moves here on the board, on my screen. Sorry, Fiona. But yeah, I mean, it feels like a lot of moves because the queens are about to come off. We're about to enter the endgame. I'm expecting, okay, this bishop is attacked. I'm expecting him to, for example, capture. And I'm not sure black wants to rush necessarily, but we could see a queen exchange. And black does have a backward pawn on c6, so it might be time to try to trade that off.
Can you play c5 immediately?
I think you can. White will be ahead in development, though. White's rooks will come to an open file very quickly. Black is slightly behind Grimaldi here with pieces that take a long, long time to come out. So I don't think black will actually rush the queen trade. Maybe just bring the knight out first. Yeah, maybe push this pawn as we mentioned in the earlier position. Black is rock solid. This one feels like it's going to be a long grind, a long, long game ahead. But yeah, it's not clear who that favors at this point. I think black's got a healthy opening, but Bolmaga, the more experienced player, maybe she'll be liking her endgame chances.
Yeah, I mean, big rating differences here on boards 2 through to 4, but we saw Thea Guecci, I think, having a very nice position on board 2, and I also like what black has gotten here. So let's see on board 4. On board 4, the Italian player from Pedone Isolano, Valeria Martinelli as white against Marcel Efremsky from Israel.
Yeah, you're so much better than the pronunciations than me, Fiona, I must admit.
I think English people in general are...
Yeah, unless the names are Smith or Jones, we struggle. So thank you for saving me. But yeah, this position, I've got to say, the lower rated player, I really, really love her position. Just, it feels like white has the perfect pawn structure, the bishop's coming out to d3. This structure is just ideal. And where's black's counterplay? I don't really see it right now.
You know, when I see these positions, I always get excited immediately. I picture bishop d3, bishop b1, queen c2, and something will happen.
Something will happen. Here already you could win a pawn, I think. You could play a move queen c2 with a double attack, and some attack here. There's another way of doing it. I remember I used to call this the Fiona attack. Yeah. For example, if black is careless, just going for checkmate with a queen and bishop on this this battery on the diagonal. There's another way of doing it. For example, the way that I like to attack is to go h4, and then if black is careless again, then you might go bishop takes pawn, boom, a Greek gift sacrifice. Very typical theme. A knight comes out with a check. Next move, the queen comes out, and this will be fatal to the black king. Even if you get rid of this knight, it only helps open up the white rook. And this is actually already just on the next move or two. Yeah. So I'm expecting bishop to d3, and I'm really not sure what black should do. Maybe you have to strike on the king side. Maybe you either have to push the pawn 1 square or 2 squares to try and lock up this flank, because well, otherwise it's just a huge attack for white.
Well, I like white's position. I really liked what the Italian team from Pedone Isolano is doing here. Of course, we are only an hour in, and I think this is actually probably going to be the perfect moment for us to shortly go on our first break. We've seen the first 3 matches from the Open, the first 3 matches from the women's. When we come back from the break, we'll take a look at some other matches as well. There's so many players here. You see the camera there from the playing hall. We're just getting started for today, so we'll be back in around 10 minutes.
Yeah, see you soon, everyone.
ponieważ no, przez bardzo, bardzo długi czas nie grałem w Krakowie, a już nigdy w życiu tak silnego wydarzenia szachowego. Dużo dla mnie znaczy, że w ogóle się te igrzyska...
Hello and welcome back to round one of the 2023 European Club Cup. My name is still Fiona Steil-Antoni, with me Grandmaster David Howell. And David, we are now an hour 20 into the first round. We've already seen all the top 3 matches, so I think in the next hour maybe we can do a bit of jumping around.
Yeah, we'll start checking out some games. We'll try and update you with any drama that's happening, and we'll check out how some of our friends are doing.
Absolutely.
But
all 3 friends, all 3 of them.
3? I only have 1. But yes, we have officially pretty much ended the opening phase of every game now. Most players are after their preparation. We have some complicated middle games ahead. Fiona, shall we start with the open section?
Yeah, let's start in the open section. As we mentioned, we've seen the top 3 matches. So maybe we go to board 4, where Anier, the French team, is taking on the Slough Sharks, the English team with their legendary long-time captain Ben Purton on the bottom board.
Yeah, shout out to the Sharks, one of the most popular teams in the UK, and a very successful team as well, who've been consistently doing well in both the Four Nations Chess League and in the European Club Cup. And this is the top board right now. We do have Haik Martirosyan as white here, and as black it's Harry Grief, a former British champion. And it's a complicated middle game. This did stem from the Queen's Gambit, and here we see black has an isolated pawn. Black has a bit of an odd-looking king on F8.
I was just gonna say, I mean, Harry has been very aggressive here with the black pieces.
Yeah, but is aggression good right now? That's the big question. Black has also weakened himself somewhat long-term with a pawn push to G5. On the bright side, black has this beautiful active knight on E4 and some potential tricks against the white queen on this diagonal as well. I guess here, with black to play, Harry is calculating some knight jumps. I don't see anything that's too productive right now, jumping out to attack the white queen. I'm not sure what else can be considered. There's always kind of pawn pushes to look at, but oof, it's not my type of position, Fiona. It just looks so loose for black.
Yeah, and of course he's playing a very strong opponent in Haik Martirosyan. There was a question in the chat earlier on, where is MVL? Well, that is actually MVL's team that we are looking at, but MVL, one of the many team leaders who is taking a rest today on day 1.
Yeah, that tends to be the strategy, especially on the top teams. The highest rated, most experienced players tend to rest on day 1, sometimes even day 2, to give the younger players or the maybe less experienced players a chance to warm up, to get in the zone. Players like Magnus Carlsen, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, they play all the time. They don't need
you were just commentating, I believe, a match between a certain between MVL and a certain Magnus Carlsen.
That's right, just 2 days ago, and I might not get a day of rest, but earned one. They've earned that right, and they will come in most likely tomorrow.
Okay, so this one we are liking it for Martirosyan. Let's take a look at board 2 with the white pieces. Peter Robertson from England playing against Jules Moussard.
Yeah, wow, what a crazy position we have here. This did come from the Sicilian defense, and maybe just to show how we got here, we'll go very quickly through this opening. We started with a normal Sicilian, and white played the Carlsen variation of the Sicilian. This idea of bringing the queen out very early. It looks like a beginner idea. The logic behind it, the white queen drops back to a square that blocks her bishop, but this bishop has other ideas. It wants to develop on this beautiful long diagonal, but the downside is that the queen continues to get hit. It goes against conventional wisdom to bring your queen out too early, and black trying to punish here. Jules Moussard, former French champion, and utilizing this pin, of course. Black and white castles, well, both sides castle, and black is really aggressive here. Jules, he's got a big threat of bishop takes pawn. This is defended, but he reinstates that threat against the pawn by bringing his queen out. And I mean, it almost looks like the black king is about to get checkmated on this diagonal. If white could ever land a knight check, which is not possible right now. White's king shuffles to safety, and weird play here, Fiona. Maybe the deep opening preparation. Jules is almost an hour up on the clock as black against his English opponent.
Yeah, very unpleasant for white to run into such prep. Peter here played queen b4, stepping out of the pin while keeping an eye on the pawn, but Okay, the pawn on f4 can be captured now. Do you think Peter will take on d6 probably, or?
Yeah, most likely he wants this pawn rather than the b7 pawn, because white's queen on b7 is going to get kicked by some rooks. But then again, queen to b4 is a bit of a strange one. It attacks some pawns, but it still doesn't threaten to take the black knight due to a pin on the 4th rank. You've kind of walked from one pin into another. But yeah, I am expecting Jules to eventually break the tension. There's maybe it's slightly tempting to jump in with the knight, going for a knight fork here. That's the only other candidate move I see. But knight takes pawn looks. Ooh, I see
the bar jumped. We're in that tricky spot where we see the bar, but we don't see any moves. So what could be wrong, you think? The counter pin? Yeah,
I have a feeling it's this one. We've talked about all the pins that white's been facing, but actually suddenly it's the black knight, the black queen that walk into the firing line, and you never really want to play a move like pawn to g5. You might have to here to defend your knight, because now the black king will come under fire long term in kind of various different angles. So maybe it's the case of the most obvious move, the most desirable move, not quite working out here for black, in which case actually Peter's last move was an inspired decision. Probably it's not the top engine move, because Musard slowed down for the first time in this game, but it's got him thinking. He survived the opening in some form or other, Peter Robeson, and he is a time trouble addict, so he's been in this position before. I remember once playing a game against him, I think by move 12, we both had 30 seconds left.
I remember it well, I think.
I blundered my queen a few moves later and managed to hold a draw. That's Peter Robeson, strong player, an upset, but the clock situation not in his favour.
Very experienced, I would say also a little underrated.
Definitely.
So yeah, this one, very, very exciting game. I'm curious to see what Jules' next move is going to be. For now, let's move on to board 3. Grigory Oparin against James Morby.
Yeah, and Oparin these days, I mean, he's a very strong grandmaster, lives in the US, and I believe has been seconding Hikaru.
I think so.
Okay, let's not gossip. Anyway, right now we see a very complicated middle game, and it started as the English opening, and white's last move, knight to a4, offering this trade of bishops. Black's bishop on g7 is probably the pride and joy of his position, so I like this last move from white. But then again, black has a healthy pawn structure here. It shouldn't be too bad for James Morby, another young player from the UK who's been doing pretty well recently. His rating's been going up.
If you're black here, I guess you don't want to take on b2 yourself, because you'd only be helping white to reroute the knight, or?
Yeah, I guess there's kind of pros and cons. If you do trade off the bishop, the white knight's slightly more passive temporarily. If you keep the bishops on, then at least if you allow white to take you, then maybe the knight has some pressure against the c5 pawn. The move I would want to play as black here, if it works, is to push the pawn to d4, just to kind of render this bishop really passive. And black is now the one holding the key in the center, but I do worry about the tactics, because suddenly there's a big, big threat of rook takes c5, rook takes this pawn, and black's position is a bit stretched, especially this queen on a5 out on a limb. It could start falling apart. So here the ambitious move would be to keep the bishops on the board in the game position by pushing d4, but tactically it's really shaky. That's why maybe black is spending a lot of time. And meanwhile, Oparin has 1 hour 36. He started the game with 1 hour 30. So clearly deep preparation for him.
We got word that Oparin is actually Karana.
Yes, that's it.
I believed you though. I thought when you said it, I was like, yeah, I've heard that.
Thank you to our producer, Satiris, for keeping me on the straight and narrow. It is Fabiana Caruana who's been working with Oparin, and that one is not a secret, so I'm not going to get in trouble.
So let's move on to the next one here, but yeah, James, I kind of liked his position. I hadn't paid attention to this time situation, which is a very serious concern. It's only move 12, so a lot of moves to make for James. Let's move on to board 4. Hugh Murphy with the white pieces against Sergei Movsesyan.
Yeah, and this one is a bit wild. It started, with a really unorthodox opening. I'll just show maybe the first 3-4 moves and then fast forward to this position. Do you know the name of this one, Fiona?
This is very funny, because I actually played d4. I played black against Hugh in the 4NCL, and he played d4 and I played d6.
Oh, wow.
Is it called the rat? No.
Send in your answers from home. The Norwegian rat is with g6 and then knight f6 very early.
Okay.
I'm not sure about this one. It's a bit unorthodox. Black is flexible, of course. And what came next?
Enlighten us, David.
The name of the opening?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know it. That's why
Oh.
I genuinely don't know it, Fiona.
I thought it was a trick question.
It's not a trick question. I want to learn. Viewers, please help us out here. This idea, firstly, of black playing d6, but also a very quick early bishop f5. If it hasn't got a name, then maybe it's got to be called the Movsesian variation. This bishop now is hit. Of course, it drops back. And now white's knight drops back. And it's basically like a philidor, but black is mouse slipped with a bishop on d7. He's actually gained a move here, black. And normally the knight would want to be on this square, but we did see a trade. And okay, now both sides fianchetto. And let's fast forward to the current position. And okay, I'm going to pretend I haven't seen the evaluation bar, which says this position is extremely good for black. But it is logical here. White has this ugly pawn on f3. You kind of want to retreat it because now your bishop is blocked and your king is open.
And that bishop on g7 is an absolute monster.
And this knight is coming into a nice juicy hole on the e3 square. There might be some pins, some hits on the white knight. It feels like Movsesian, who's of course a bit of a legend, feels like he's worked his opening magic here.
Yeah, this one looks very tough already, I would say, on the brink of being lost for white. So let's move on from this one and go to board 5, Mathieu Cornet against Kevin McCarthy.
Okay, and here we see this game. It started, I think everyone at home can tell from the pawn structure, with black's pawns on e6, d5, white's pawns, meanwhile, on d4, e5. This was a French defense. And the Frenchman, Mathieu Cornet, with white, he's trying to punish black here. There's some tension on the c-file. Black's queen really, really uncomfortable. I don't think you can ever consider, for example, castling right now. If black castled, then white would throw a pawn forward, and this is going to be disastrous. But then again, the rest of black's position looks relatively healthy. You have kind of some chances against the white king, maybe long term. I'm just wondering, with all the pieces on the board, Fiona, it's hard to create counterplay.
I know. What I'm wondering is all these black pieces that are stuck on the queen side, how can I get them to the king side? But not so easy.
Not so easy at all, especially this queen. She really wants to be anywhere else.
I would love to castle queenside from the perspective of, you know, getting the rook to h8, bringing the queen back to d8 and swing it over, but it just all takes way too long, as you were saying before, and I'm going to get mated before I can get any of my plans going.
Before you blink, this will be a likely checkmate. So yeah, really difficult situation. Case of another shark just lower on the clock.
I think it's very easy when you're the lower weighted player. When I put myself in them shoes, you know, we've played this tournament on the same team before. And I think when you're playing someone that much high weighted, especially round one, you might not have played any games for a while. You want to make sure that you don't lose too quickly. You know, you don't want to be the first person to lose in the playing hall. And I think that often prompts that long time usage just to double check, triple check. You're not trusting yourself, and you're of course playing, you know, formidable opponents. So
literally the story of my life, Fiona. I spend like 30 minutes in the opening, even if I know what's going on, just because I'm terrified of mixing things up, blundering. And yeah, this position is still roughly in the balance, but it is definitely pressure on black to come up with a plan. And okay, shall we see the final shark?
Yeah, the final shark, the most legendary of them all. He's been their captain. I think he's the longest anyone has been a captain in English chess of any team. I kind of butchered that explanation, but hopefully people understood what I was trying to say. And he is playing against Jean-Marc de Grave.
Yeah, and wow, talking about clock times and players being ahead and this kind of time imbalance.
Wow.
1 hour 38. He's gained 8 minutes, Ben Purton, since this game began. We're on move 25. So he's played pretty much 16 moves instantly, or a lot, maybe even more than that. And wow, the current position, I would say roughly level, but black has the upper hand here purely because of this target in the center. Black is the one keeping pressure on the e4 square. White's knights are really tied down, defending the square. Also, black has simple plans. At some point you want to, you've got to be a bit careful about it, but you want to double up rooks on the c-file. This white knight as well, hanging in midair, cannot be defended by a pawn.
It makes you wonder, right? Because in general, when we see a player who's blitzed out all his moves, it tends to be all preparation. But here, Ben, with the white pieces, in general, if you've blitzed out everything and you're white, you don't see the bar being into your camp. So I don't know if, you know, if the clock times are correct, although they seem to have been correct so far. If there's a bit of a bluff by Ben going on, what do you think?
Let's just say I know Ben pretty well. He's a very strong, very dangerous blitz and bullet player, and he really does trust his instincts. He likes to walk around, check out some of the other games sometimes as well. I think he's just enjoying this moment, of course, and here we go. His opponent is preparing to double up rooks. Black is in charge in this one, but never write Ben off. He is, he is capable, especially if his opponent makes a mistake. If all the rooks disappear and white can hold the e-pawn, still chances of a fight back later.
Absolutely. So that concludes that match. I was just trying to take a look at what's going on elsewhere. Is there anything that you would like to see?
Ooh, spoiled for choice. That's the beauty and the and the downfall of this tournament. There's so many games.
Maybe the next match, actually. Speaking of friends, I have a good friend on board one, Anton Korobov. He's a very exciting player. So let's take a look at Schachclub Fienheim against Blackthorn.
Yeah, so another English team here. They are the underdogs, and Anton Korobov, I think, not just a friend of you, Fiona, a really popular player, just for his style of chess, his brand of chess, very attacking. Gives a great interview as well. Imagine getting him in here in the studio later.
We'll have to get him in at some point.
And okay, we start with a Slav defense. I've rewound just to the start. I don't know why. Just with Anton, I always want to see what he's up to. Black plays the main line of the Slav, brings his bishop out. White is going to regain the pawn, however, that was sacrificed. And let's just fast forward. Very standard developing moves. White takes the center. This is actually a pawn sacrifice. It's very well known, but also in Korobov style, the last thing you want to do as black is to actually capture this pawn, because white will be able to bring a bishop out and black's king will never ever castle. It will likely become a target in the next few moves. So black resisted the temptation. Andrew Ledger, of course, very experienced himself. Black pins the white knight on f3. Oof, I remember some deep theory years ago. Topalov was playing these positions. And okay, there are some threats potentially against h7. So black trades off bishops. And okay, let's catch up with the current position. It looks like another French defense, this pawn structure in the middle. And I've got to say, Fiona, I like white.
I do like white as well. One question I have is, do you think the white king could get in trouble in the long term, or do you think it's more of a positional issue? The pawn on e6 is going, that backward pawn is going to be a weakness long term. But for now, the knight on f8, I think, is doing a fantastic job covering both h7 and e6. So if you're white, what is your long-term plan here?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of various things. You can kind of hint at some attacks later on. Black will likely kick back this white knight in the near future, maybe even now, after a trade of bishops. I think the problem is there are too many avenues into the black position. There's the open c file. The b pawn is likely to become a weakness because I just love what Anton's done with this white a6 pawn. This is a future queen in any endgame, and he's disconnected these two pawns, especially the b5 pawn will be a target from white's queen and rooks. Yeah, if the white knight ever sneaks back and kind of drops in, there's nice outposts to hint to. I think the queen side, white is in charge, especially this can be kind of highlighted by a bishop trade and white's rooks infiltrating. And yeah, the other factors you mentioned, the fact that this e6 pawn might be slightly weak, the black king weaker than its counterpart. Lots of small things, and usually in chess, when small advantages favor one side, they tend to become something bigger, something more tangible later on. So still a long fight ahead. Of course, black is relatively solid, but
looking good for Anton.
Yeah.
We earlier talked about families playing on the same team. Actually, I think Blackthorn might be the only team in this competition that has 3 brothers playing on the same team. They are all playing today, so we'll get there. Let's first go to board 2, where Richard Bates is playing against Yuri Krivoruchko.
yeah, and those 3 brothers, they've played on the same team for what feels like decades
Ever.
now. Forever. Nice to see them playing here in Europe again. This one we won't go back from the start. It did begin as a Let's check. Queen's Indian. And here it looks relatively level. There's just been one trade of bishops, one trade of pawns. White has the slightly better structure though, and there are tactics in the air. White is threatening to come in with the knight, attacking a queen and attacking the d6 pawn as well. Black should most likely guard against this. Maybe here, Krivoruchko, the higher rated player, is tempted to take this pawn with his queen. It looks really dangerous, but maybe you can get away with this. It feels a bit loose. Of course, White can regain the pawn if desired, but I don't see any discovered attacks against this queen, Fiona.
Yeah, it always feels like you don't want to enter, you know, this kind of opposing an opponent's rook, but yeah, the knight doesn't look like there are any discoveries, but queen takes d6. Is that what you would do? Yeah,
most likely White should just take this pawn back, just to show you could jump out the way, for example. It looks like a discovered attack against the queen, you're attacking this pawn, but the problem is this white rook isn't defended sufficiently, so black will give the queen up, and unfortunately now it is a nasty check. So once you react, this knight drops off at the end. 2 rooks and a piece for White's queen is just too much material. So actually, the more I look at it, the more I think Krivoruchko should go for this, and he has just made a move, I believe. There we go, he has just taken this pawn after a bit of calculation. Krivoruchko as well, from the Ukraine, very experienced player.
Yeah, his opponent is too, though. Of course, he's the lower rated player. There's 330 points between the two players. But Richard Bates, international master, very experienced. I guess he will take the pawn on d6 now, and this is a battle. Yeah. Times are quite even. I expect this to be a rather long game.
Yeah, I must admit, I've played Richard Bates like countless times in my life. Every time I play him with black, he has a pawn on g3, he has a bishop on g2, and he just sits there and says, come at me, try and beat me, and he's really solid. He's a hard one to crack.
So we'll see how he gets on. For now, let's move on to board 3, where we have another Ledger brother this time. It is Dave, and he is playing against Dennis Wagner from Germany.
Okay, and this position looks quite wild, looks quite wonderful. White's last move, rook to a2, is a typical idea in these positions, swinging the rook across. It was actually something that Ding did in one of his World Championship games recently against Nepomniachtchi. But yeah, it looks like with pawn to g4, White's rook swinging across. Clearly Dennis Wagner's in an aggressive mood. White also has the extra pawn in the center. This kind of central pawn mass looks relatively flexible. And White has the bishop pair. But black is solid. Black has maybe the better pawn structure. If we, for example, we see a trade of knights, I'm not sure black will rush into this. Now White has double pawns. Long term, black doing well. Short term, White maybe throwing the pawns forward.
Yeah, do you think that White could in some cases be a bit overextended on the king side?
Definitely. It's a fine balance if this position explodes, if there are too many piece exchanges actually, especially if all the white bishops are exchanged, then this king could come under fire. But yeah, it looks like he has just enough control for now. There are some famous games throughout chess history actually with this pawn structure. Capablanca, Botvinnik, they've won some nice games. Botvinnik, I think, were maybe with one of the most famous games there. But yeah, just very, very kind of thematic stuff. I'm not really sure what black should be doing in this position. I've got to admit, I would probably take this knight just because I'm looking at pawn structure issues. But what to do next for black, especially with this bishop, is unclear.
Yeah, also where does the queen, does a simple developing move like queen d6 make some sense?
Yeah, queen d6 would make a lot of sense right now. And I would expect White to just continue with the plan, maybe swing the rook. I'm not sure when you push pawns forward either. These knights will be hard to break through for White if you are kind of talking of a kingside attack. Yeah, actually, I like your queen d6 or some kind of slightly improving non-committal move. Dave Ledger, another dangerous player. All the Ledger brothers.
We'll see what Dave comes up with. For now, let's move on to board 4, where actually I didn't realize he was playing here. Our good friend Chris Duncan with the white pieces against Sergei Fedorchuk.
Yeah, and I was going to say I like White's position because I thought it was White to move. Suddenly I realized it's black to play, so maybe less clear. White, of course, wants to line up. This black queen looking really awkward. Black's queenside piece is not developed, but White does have these pawns which could become a weakness if black is in time to activate. So I'm wondering whether black can already start pawn hunting, maybe bring the queen into the center, hitting this pawn. Things could get really sharp in this game because, again, it always is when one side's doing well long term, kind of the other side has short term dynamics.
After queen e4, does White have to give up the pawn, or can we hold on? I mean, Bishop c4 looks
Yeah.
doesn't look like a move you want to make.
Bishop c4 might allow the black bishop to come out and pin, and if this knight is ever removed, then black has attacks against the bishop on h4, the pawn on d4. Yeah, it feels like this one, I think, just in terms of kind of move by move, is favouring black, but queen e4 could be a key move. If black is lazy and just doesn't calculate, brings the knight, then suddenly the black queen's in huge, huge trouble. So I'm expecting Fedorchuk to go for this. Pretty much process of elimination, you have to be active.
And then what do you think white should do? Because I don't think Chris should go bishop c4. I don't see another move to hold on to the pawn.
Yeah.
So how do you create counterplay here?
You put me on the spot, Fiona.
It's not easy. Maybe a Fiona attack.
Yeah, maybe an attack, something to do with the black king on this diagonal. It feels like you might have to play for compensation, maybe just give up the pawn, and maybe this isn't the best way to do it, but it's hard. If we could again get one more move, attack the black queen, we have chances, but black is coming very quickly with the knight, with the bishop. Oof, I think Fedorchuk is the favourite in this one, if and only if he plays this move, queen to e4.
Okay, we'll come back here in a bit, see if that's what he chooses to do. For now, let's go to board 5, Sébastien Mazet against Jonathan Nelson.
Yeah, one of your friends on every board at this point, Fiona.
Too many friends.
Too many friends in the chess world. More than me, at least. And yeah, right now, it is actually almost a kind of well-known theoretical position here. It has come from another French defense. Before the first break, pretty much every game was a Sicilian. Now it seems to be a French defense, or at least a French pawn structure. These pawns do signify that. The big imbalance here is that black has doubled h-pawns, which could be a bit of a target, and white's knights are coming in very quickly to a nice central outpost. White's last move was indeed knight to e3, and the knight is coming around. So what should black be doing? It feels like you need to be quick.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm shocked that the computer seems to think this is roughly in the balance. I'm not a French player, but
You're a Luxembourgish player. Sorry.
That was terrible.
Oh, the dad joke. Okay. Yeah. Carry on.
Moving on
save me.
swiftly. I don't like, visually, I don't like black's position. Of course, the pawn structure has been damaged. Yes, black has the bishop here. What I wonder is what do you do? Can you ever try and utilize the g file? Can you ever step the king out, bring a rook to g8, or do you just maneuver the knight, maybe via g6 to f4? There's a lot of plans, I guess, a lot of maneuvers for black.
Yeah, a lot of very tempting plans. I'm also quite attracted to just bringing the bishop out, trying to get rid of the defender. This knight holds the e4 pawn, and if the d4 pawn, sorry, and if the d4 pawn ever drops, white's position collapses. I guess after the bishop comes out, white would immediately rather trade the bishops than the knight, and white's knight becomes quite strong. So yeah, I like all of your plans, Fiona. Maybe this one as well. Just not only jumping into f4, but also stopping white from using the e5 square. It looks like a success, though.
I have to say, the more I look at it, when we arrived here, I thought, oh, I don't like it, but the more I look at it, the more I think, okay, black actually has a lot of interesting plans. So good on Jonathan Nelson, who's putting up a great fight against Mazet. And finally, let's go to the last board. We have another Ledger brother for Blackthorn. This time it's Stephen Ledger, and he's playing against Fabian Libisevsky.
Wow, and it took me a moment to realize that black had doubled f-pawns here. That's a bit unorthodox. White
Where did this come from? A Trompovsky?
Yeah. And
quite a rare guest.
Yeah, just let's show this, just the first couple of moves to show this pawn structure that we achieved. So second time we've actually seen this exact kind of variation of the Trompovsky with c5 today. This time, earlier we saw, I think, Maria Mozichuk take with the g-pawn. Here we see Fabienne take with the e-pawn. And later we saw this structure with black being saddled with an isolated queen's pawn. If we fast forward to the game position, yeah, it feels like black has got some initiative on the king side, but white is rock solid there. White has a beautiful knight, a blockader on the outpost. Again, I don't see any reason for Stephen Ledger, the lower rated player here, to be unhappy.
I'm a little bit worried, if I'm white, probably just about the king, but then I look at black's king, of course, I guess at some point will tuck away in the corner on h8.
Yeah, and I guess right now with black to move, maybe some kind of, you can tickle this knight on f3, which is slightly loose. I think white would love to just retreat this pawn back to g2 right now. Then it would be impossible for black's bishop to ever come to life. But at the right moment, I think maybe your plan, this king to h8, rook to g8, we saw it in the last game and we might see it here. There's definitely some potential against the white king.
Another issue I have for white is the white pieces, I mean the rooks are perfectly placed on the central files. The knight, as you mentioned on d4, is a very nice outpost. The other knight is protecting it. But how do you continue? I mean, the pieces are all well placed. I would like to improve the bishop from e2. I don't know. I would love to drop it back. Can we do that, actually?
Yeah, it's black to play right now. I think that's maybe why I was tempted to try and
stop that.
Yeah, bishop to g4, for example. Now you cannot drop back the bishop, of course, because after a trade of knights, black will win something on this diagonal. Either the knight or the rook. So yeah, it feels like a critical position on the next few moves. I said I didn't see any reason for white to be unhappy. The more I think about it, you're right, just lack of plan. Often it looks fine visually, but just can't improve the position for white. Bishop g4, or we're expecting king to g8, king to h8, followed by a shift and an attack for black.
Yeah, I think this one right now in the balance, but I think things might turn here. But we'll see what happens. We looked at 2 games from the Open. Shall we pick 2 matches from the women's? This time I'll let you.
I was going to say I'll let you choose, Fiona. Again, we're spoiled for choice, so many games. I would love to check back in actually on the local team to see how they're doing. Just very briefly.
Absolutely, so let's go to board 1. I'm not going to try and pronounce the Icelandic team name.
Go on, I dare you. You did well the first time.
Taflaflag. Actually, I did better the first time. I think the first time I just rolled with it. But they're playing against Tyre. I don't know, do we have any Albanian people in the audience?
Ooh,
is it pronounced the team name as Tyre? Or? Teuta. Okay, Teuta.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the local team, Teuta, with Antonetta Stefanova on the first board. I think it was board 4 you were interested in.
Sorry, I was carried away. I saw during the break this image, and the youngest player, I believe she's 11 years old on board 4, really talented. During the break, she was swiveling a piece in her hand, like Boris Gelfand style, like an experienced pro. And she has been playing like an experienced pro as well.
Look at the bar. This is the highest. I've always, for 2 years, I've waited for me to be the one to tell you, look at the bar. You can't escape it, sorry, David.
And I was going to say what bar, because I couldn't even find it. And suddenly I realized it's all up in white's direction. And yeah, we just do a quick count. White, you caught me there, Fiona. We do a quick count. White is 1 pawn up. It is likely about to become 2 pawns. And not just that, but white has infiltrated the 7th rank. There's going to be a big attack. The g7 square is permanently vulnerable. I think right now she's calculating here Island, I believe.
I think the game, no, sorry, for a second I thought the game was over, but I think we just saw a game come in, sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, it might work.
Oh, is it? No.
Ooh,
No,
she's adjusting some pieces maybe?
She might sense that the end is near. Let's
catch up. Looks like there might have been a few more moves than we have right now. Okay, I need help here with the camera. It looks like rook takes pawn has been played. There's a queen on h5? No, there's a bishop on h5. How did this? Wow, okay, I'm going to guess here that black brought the bishop out to g4. Okay, I think I have grips on the current position. We might actually see a resignation any moment, as the Icelandic player here doesn't look too enthused by her position. So we did see rook takes pawn, and a bit of a tactic here by black. A nice spot, bishop to g4, attacking the rook, trying to tempt white into taking this bishop, but it is poisoned. You cannot lose. Suddenly look at the bar, Fiona. Queen takes pawn, you cannot lose control over f2. The white king would be put in the corner, and a back rank checkmate. This would be a disaster for white right now, but of course this bishop wasn't taken. Feels like the youngster here is just spotting everything, spotting all the tactics. She blocked the attack on her rook. She forced her opponent's bishop back, and now rook to d6. I think this is a clincher. Where does the black queen go? No squares you can use, no safe squares, because you have to protect the g7 pawn.
I think we should keep this camera view on. Maybe we can catch up with the other boards, but yeah, basically the queen is going to drop. There is no way to move the queen and keep an eye on g7 at the same time. So I'm with you. I think that's why we saw some movement on the board, because surely the player with the white pieces, Eileen and Reko, you looked up her age during the break. She's only
she's
12.
young.
12 years old?
Yeah, I think she's born in it was recently. It was 2012 she was born.
2000,
So,
yeah, maybe, no,
I believe 11.
11 years old. This was a big moment for her. It's probably the first time she was playing in the European Club Cup. On paper, she is rated more than 1,000 points lower than the rest of her teammates, and for her to bring the first win must be a very special moment for her.
To be so young. No, impressive stuff. And yeah, big attack, just an opening trick, and she got this decisive advantage, never let it slip.
Absolutely, very impressive game. Shall we quickly check in with some of her teammates, or do you want to move to another match?
Yeah, maybe just a brief overview of this whole match, and then I'll let you choose where to go next, Fiona. So we did check in on this one a bit earlier, between Johansdottir and Stefanova, and okay, we've only had 3-4 moves since we were last here. We left it when Black had just played a5. We mentioned that Black would likely throw pawns forward on the queen side, preempting, or at least hoping that White will castle on that flank. White was doing the same on the king side, hoping that Black will castle on this flank, and surprise, surprise, neither side has committed their king. So White blocked the advance.
You're not the only one with commitment issues.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I'm not. So this bishop really well placed. White keeping the options open, now advancing with the h-pawn. I mean, look at this. All of the rook's pawns now have pretty much moved forward. Very modern chess here. And White going for some kind of pawn storm, f4. Black's played knight to f6, and rather than react, White had commitment issues with these pawns this time. I guess if the pawn moves forward, then Black has a nasty, nasty threat of bishop to f2 check, protected by the knight. So instead, a counter-attack on the Black bishop. This is a really high-quality game, I've got to say, like really creative stuff from both players. Knight e2 threatens this bishop, and you've got to be careful. If you take this pawn, you might just get trapped. Oh, the bar didn't like that one, but this would be really risky stuff for both sides.
I have to say, very impressed by Johanna's play with the white pieces. She's rated, you know, almost 450 points lower than Antoinetta, and she's putting up a great fight. She's up on the clock. She's got a very messy position, and it's something we talked about at the start of the show. When you're much higher rated, the much higher rated play, you always prefer to have things under control. What you don't want against players much lower rated is a mess, like the one they have here.
Exactly, because once there's a mess, doubt starts creeping into your mind. We're only human, all these players, even the top grandmasters in the world, and they want to be respected, they want to be feared, they want negative decisions from their opponents. But yeah, right now Black has just taken a pawn, so Stefanova defends her bishop. She really wants to grab this pawn next. This g-pawn would be priceless at this point. I'm expecting White maybe to just capture on d4 first. You've got to be a bit careful with the move order, and after a trade now to step forward with this pawn. Next move, oh, the bar's hating my decisions here.
I mean,
Fiona.
I'm surprised.
Next move to take this pawn.
Because to my human eye, can you ever just grab on b2?
Yeah, maybe
that's the problem.
Maybe I messed up the move order. So White has to be really careful here after pawn takes pawn. Perhaps it's the other way around. This move order first, attacking the knight. Oh, it's a wild position. Just one slip from either side, and this could go wrong. Now, for example, if the knight moves, reacts, maybe now this decision to trade off pieces, and Black can go pawn hunting, but White might be happy that the positions become open for the bishops. Either way, it's wild, and as we should see with the evaluation bar dropping after all of my moves, it's so easy to go wrong.
It's very tough, right? And it also, for me, it's always a reminder. When I sit at home and I watch a game, I have this very bad habit of just looking at the bar and looking at the engine moves, and then when you sit at the board, it's a completely different game.
Things just feel blurry at the board. Here it's so clear. We have the bar. We know what's a blunder, what's not a blunder.
But we don't know why.
Oh, yeah, we don't know why. Just
but we know.
We know. It's far easier to call and sit here, of course. But yeah, right now it's been really well handled, the opening, I think, for White. But okay, let me check. What should white be doing?
Oh, I didn't even realize.
I can turn on the computer. Like magic, I know what the best move is for white. And it's not an easy one. Bishop takes e4. Wow. Okay, now I'm going to revise my opinion and say it's tough. It's extremely tough for white to find that move. The reason is that I was skeptical is because this pawn simply drops, but white would have some compensation here by simply ignoring the tension and castling, not castling queenside, playing bishop to c3. Okay, this is really difficult stuff. No. Compensation with the bishops. You might wreck the black pawn structure next or regain your pawn on g7. But it would be
very tough to spot.
Exactly. Let's turn off the engine.
Yes.
It's putting me to shame, making me depressed and sad. So yeah, a really wild position. And Stefanova at least giving her opponent a difficult choice.
Absolutely. Let's see. Do we have a result on board 4? No, black is still thinking. So let's very quickly update boards 2 and 3.
Yeah, and these are far quieter positions. This is currently board 2. Earlier we weren't able to access this game and it did start as a Caro-Kann defense. We see this infamous Carlsbad structure, white with a nice pawn chain here, black with a nice pawn chain here. And right now I would slightly prefer white's chances just because it feels like you have control over this diagonal. You can kind of maybe later switch to attacking on the king side. White has a nice path into the center.
And there is the resignation on board 4, and we actually have what I believe to be the first result of this European Club Cup 2023, and the victory comes from a local 11-year-old player. Congratulations to Eileen Ndreko. My excuses if I'm mispronouncing the last name, but she played a fantastic game on the top board. First win for Team Teuta against the Icelandic team, and what a special moment for her.
A special moment. She's taken it in her stride. Impressive play on the board, impressive twiddling of the pieces between moves, and yeah, clearly a big future ahead. A great start for the local fans.
Absolutely. What a nice moment to witness. On camera we see the players just grabbing their score sheets, and I'm sure Eileen must be very excited. We see her. She's looking very composed, you know. I think when I think back to me being 11 years old, I think, you know, I would be jumping.
I'd be running out of there, like high-fiving everyone. And yeah, of course, maybe she's got her eyes on the next few rounds.
Absolutely. I'm sure we'll see plenty more of Eileen. For now, let's very quickly just have a look at this one and board 3, and then we'll move on to the next match.
Yeah, let's quickly see, recap the games of the players we see on camera. We have 2 Polish players sitting next to each other there. Monika Soczko on board 2 for the Toyota team. Toyota. Oh wow. You take the team names. Teuta team. Fiona. It looks like a small advantage, small but stable advantage for white. The knight is coming into the center, and this looks like a favorable version of this Carlsbad pawn structure. And on board 3, we had this kind of London system hybrid a bit earlier on, and this was the position we were analyzing. If we catch up with the live position, it has changed somewhat, and the one thing in black's favor is that white has been saddled with double pawns. This happened just a few moves ago. Here, black did take a really opportunistic trade here because this bishop on e2 is overworked. It needs to defend this pawn. Bishop takes bishop would lose a pawn, but maybe this was the lesser evil because after a recapture, black now permanently has targets against the white king. And going in now, watch out for pawn to e5 and the black queen swooping. Looks dangerous. It
looks very dangerous. If you're white, you would love to be able to drop the bishop back to f1, but you can't. Again, the bishop is overworked. It has to keep an eye on the pawn on f3. It's not just a pawn, it would be a fork on the king and rook. And I have to say, I think it's going to be very difficult for white to defend this.
Yeah, I think it might be desperate times, so you will need desperate measures. A move like king h2 just to defend this pawn. You cannot allow the black queen to ever join the action. So we look, well, we can see on camera right now, Karina with the black pieces, pretty confident. She was admiring her, her teammates' play a moment ago. And yeah, great start to this match. Fiona.
Absolutely. So what I wanted to check in the women's is a match we have already seen, but I thought the games were so exciting. It's on board 3, the second seed Super Chess against the Italian team Pedone Solano.
Okay, and do you have your eye on any particular board, or should we do a quick overview?
Yeah, let's do a quick one. Board 1 looks, that was the end game or middle end game. I don't know, would you?
Let's call it an endgame.
Let's call it an endgame. We have no more queens on the board after all. We liked white here. I don't know if too much has happened. Maybe we just take a quick look at the live position before.
Yeah, white just defended a pawn, black centralized, and okay, the tactics arrived because black parked 2 pieces in the center, and it's a bit of a shaky kind of setup here for black. And okay, black was the one to press the chaos button, playing h5 right now. I think just afraid that if the white rook ever activates, if we see a trade of pawns, then white's pieces come to life. Pawn to h5 is a sacrifice, and the whole idea is this skewer hitting the bishop and maybe the pawn behind it. And how does white get out of this bind? Yeah, first.
Can I? Oh no, I thought I could play
Go
bishop
on, Fiona.
f.
Maybe you can. Bishop back to f3. I think it looks
That's
like,
what I was
yeah.
gonna do, but then I doubted myself.
Trust yourself, Fiona. I think good instincts here. I guess the reason you paused is because after rook takes pawn, the white king cannot really move. If you drop back,
Yeah.
maybe you can move.
Yeah, I was worried about this undefended rook on d2.
Yeah, I think the tactics do work out in black's favor here
Yeah.
after a capture. This rook is undefended, but the black rook also will be taken. The problem is if we do a quick count here, black is a pawn up, and we'll have some winning chances.
But you're telling me I don't have to.
I think you can block with your bishop, potentially, and it does look a bit awkward to allow this pin, black's rook really active, but I'm not sure black can take advantage. There are some tactics, some crazy tactics here. For example, if black trades off pieces, the white king is the one that's overworked this time, that kind of is torn in 2 minds whether to protect his bishop, take this knight, but I'm wondering if the black knight lacks too many escape squares.
So rook d1 you're thinking?
Yeah, something like rook d1, although now black can take this pawn
So
and
rook c4,
retreat.
is that what you're getting
I mean,
at?
this is really wild, this position. I was even wondering, Fiona, what happens after rook to h1? Like trading off, and now this knight is attacked, but I'm attacking some pawns. So much to weigh up in this position. It's really forcing like lots of
I
lines
have to
calculate.
say, in that match, board 1 is not where I expected so many tactics to happen when there's only 3 pieces on each side. But yeah, this is getting really sharp.
It's getting really sharp, and the live position is this one, with white having to decide what to do. I'm expecting either a retreat or maybe the move g4, but that one also double-edged, protecting the bishop, but it would drop this pawn with a check. So roughly level, but very, very sharp, very tactical. Let's check in on board 2. Okay, this one has barely changed at all.
Yeah.
We've only had, I believe, 3 moves since we were last here, still very tense. I think there's more action on the other boards, Fiona.
Yeah, let's go to the next one. We have so many games. We are now over 2 hours into the game, so things are going to start to heat up.
Sorry, this is the live position.
Yeah, this one has changed quite a bit.
This one has changed. So earlier we saw it around here when black was deciding whether to trade queens. The queens did come off, and if we fast forward, the live position, still level material, but this must be all about the activity of white's pieces. These 2 white rooks look beautiful. Watch out for a switch of focus, and this pawn simply falling. Yeah, I mean, this bishop really, really well placed right now. If it's ever captured, then it's only replaced by an even stronger knight. I mean, there are rook checks all over the place. White's rooks are infiltrating. This looks actually strategically almost winning for white in the current position.
Yeah, so from what we've seen so far, looking promising for Super Chess. I love this position. I think this is your dream.
This is, for any grinder or for any endgame connoisseur, this is the ultimate dream right now. Full control, slightly more space, targets in the opponent's position, and a big advantage.
You know what I'm starting to realize? I think it's the other match that and I think maybe you're trying to guide me towards that. Is that where the games were?
The other match?
Yeah, the match 2.
I think, yeah, I thought that was the one you wanted to go to. We will go there just for the sake
Let's go to board 4 first.
For the sake of completeness,
Yeah,
because this position I think is the craziest out of this whole match, the game between Superbet and
Pedone Isolano.
Yes, Pedone Isolano. So let's just do a quick catch up. The current position, actually, this was where we left it earlier, but the current position is this one, and it's changed so much. The center has exploded, and right now white is a pawn up, but suddenly there's tension, a lot of tension on this diagonal, some tricks, maybe some knight jumps later on, just opening things up. There's a threat of a capture, and black's rook lining up on the e-file against white's king. I mean, it's tactics galore, and the evaluation bar really on black's side. I think the high-rated player here earlier has done a good job of mixing it up and just confusing her opponent.
Absolutely. So I think this match looking good for the favorites. Super bet. And let's return now to the top seeds from the women's section, Monte Carlo, who are playing against Offerspiel.
Yeah, and let's start with board one. I think the action's actually happening elsewhere, but board one is really coming to life as well. It's getting complicated. Black has grabbed a pawn. Black's bishop, last move, did grab a pawn. White's just shifted the queen across, so black a pawn up, but look at this structure, Fiona. Ugh, this is not a nice... not nice on the eyes here.
I'm shocked that the evil bar is stuck in the middle.
The evil bar.
The evil bar. If I'm black here, I'm also looking at the king. That's very open. Thankfully, this dark squared bishop, you know, is there to help protect the king. So, but speaking of the dark squared bishop, that bishop is being hit right now.
Yeah. I'm expecting it to retreat. I'm not sure whether back to the center or back the whole way in front of the black king, and how this game is likely to go. The white knight will come forward, start attacking. Black would love to trade queens, even if it comes at the cost of giving back the extra pawn. And if this extra pawn disappears, if the queens disappear, most likely white's superior structure will be counterbalanced by the bishop pair. So roughly level according to the evaluation bar, but of course anything can happen while queens remain.
Would you take white here?
Yes. It feels like less risk for white. Worst comes to the worst, you probably win your pawn back in the center later on. You might even get a big attack along the way. For black, the stakes are higher. You have to defend your king, and you have to somehow survive this middle game.
We'll check back in with this one later. Could go absolutely either way, but Olga doing a fantastic job so far on board two. How is Anna Muzichuk getting on?
So it looks like Anna, the older sister here, is simply winning. If we do a quick count, it's level material, but it's all about the black king, which has forgotten to castle, and I just don't see any way to hold this to... Whoops, sorry, that was me. That was a mouse slip. Let's...
I was thinking, what are those?
I think it's a mouse slip.
What's that mating attack out of nowhere?
Black was going for checkmate. Nope, that was me and my poor mouse skills. And yeah, I was just about to highlight that the black knight is the one that's attacked. Just no way to hold it. If you move the knight out the way, of course, the e6 pawn drops behind. And if you try to defend the knight with bishop to b8, then I'm assuming that white can get away with just capturing. Black is trying to go for checkmate here, but the problem is anywhere the knight jumps out the way, there's no time to deliver checkmate because white gets there first. Queen takes pawn, this is a check, the king has to move, and I'm trying to calculate some tactics
Bishop
here.
b6 is probably the easiest, no?
Nice spot, Fiona. I was looking for some dodgy attack, but
see
bishop
a
b6.
queen, win a queen.
Yeah.
You were looking for checkmate.
I was looking for checkmate. I was trying to be flashy here, and I wanted to play bishop f6. Okay, the bar doesn't move.
Which also seems good.
It's only because I didn't see your move there. And the idea would be, just simple double attack. White's just too quick here. So I think, game over, unfortunately, for Victoria Nee here in the next few moves. Just brutal. Queen takes c6 next.
Okay, so let's move on to board three. That was one we were very curious about. Ellen Nielsen against Sarah Kadem. Last time we saw it, it was just out of the opening stages. I think we'd seen a long theoretical line. And what is going on here? This has changed quite a bit.
This has changed, but the evaluation bar says big advantage to white. And I'm inclined to agree. This last move is actually really classy. I've got to say, a really sophisticated move. Black has only one active idea, that's to get the queen out to h5. White now cuts across that, retreating, covering the h5 square, and black is just so passive. Easy idea is to kick back the black bishop as well, and I think soon white's attention will switch to the black king, queen to g4, maybe opening up some lines, and a big target. It's all to do actually, I guess, Fiona, with this strong pawn. Just a real thorn in the black side.
Yeah, also we see opposite colored bishops here on the board. In general, what they say is opposite colored bishops favor the side with the initiative, and I think here there is very little doubt about who that is. It is white. The black king is further restricted actually by that protected passed pawn on e6. It will be difficult for the king to make a run for it. So I really like Alan's chances, and well, it looks like Monaco is winning on board 2. Board 1 is in the balance. Here it looks great for white, so board 4 could be very important. Let's see how Pierre Kremling is getting on.
Yeah, board 4 could be decisive, and in team matches, having the white pieces, there's a lot of pressure, right?
Yeah.
Often you'll see some of your teammates struggle with black, maybe slightly worse out of the opening, and you feel a lot of pressure to win. So, yeah, Pierre Kremling, one of the most experienced players on the scene.
Yeah.
Let's see if she can strike with white.
I think our computer is giving us a little bit of trouble. Let's see if it's going to work. Otherwise, otherwise we might just have to leave it for later.
Okay, I'm trying to switch over there. We'll look back to this one.
We'll
Fiona.
look back to this one a bit later on, but it's still early stages. We can see the preview of the position, but Pia is working her she's what? Working her magic.
Yeah, she's working her manager. I don't know. She's she's working her magic. Pierre Kremling. She's got her type of position. We'll check in on that one a bit later. It's a long grind, symmetrical pawn structure, but she's well, not many better players in the business than Pierre Kremling now.
What I was going to suggest we do is quickly check back in with the top board from the Open, the top match Super Chess against Rishon Lezion, before going on another quick break. And then when we come back, we're already slowly approaching the first time scrambles.
Yeah, that's our favorite part of the day. When players get low on time, we see some mistakes, we see some scrambles.
It's so nice, no? Usually, I mean, especially for you, I think.
Yeah. It's nice not having 1 minute on my clock and having a heart attack every game.
Actually, we used to play on the same team for many years, and I was the team captain, and it also gave me a hard time having to always watch you. know?
I did notice you'd stop looking at my game. I think it was just too stressful. But yeah, it's far easier to be on this side of things. And
For sure.
here we do see the board 1 game of this top clash between Super Chess and Rishon Lezion. And okay, it's this kind of Grand Prix attack type of setup that you mentioned earlier, Fiona. Black has the bishop pair, but white has this easy kind of ready-made plan to trade off the black defender, and looks like an attack.
In fact, I'd be very tempted to play bishop h6 here.
Yeah, maybe the only thing he's contemplating is flicking in bishop to g5 first, attacking the black queen, but I think the most natural move here is maybe just the strongest, and just to highlight the ideas that black could face. If this bishop is ever traded, if white ever lands a pawn on f6, then there's going to be checkmating ideas all over the place.
I am shocked that the bar is not just going crazy. You know, when I get this kind of attack, I just feel like, okay, game over. It looks like black isn't dead yet, actually. There is a way to stop the mate with rook g8.
Yeah, rook to
And
g8.
are you telling me I can't play rook f4 and, of course...
Fiona, what if I play b4 though here? What's the
Well,
tactic?
now I will take on h7
Nice.
with a very nice mate.
Yeah, with a big smile on your face. And yeah, I guess the thing is black can defend with a pawn to g5 and covering this h4 square.
And rook g6 is coming.
Yeah, next move, rook to g6. Yep, and black holds on. So it looks like a big attack. I think in practical terms, white has a sizable advantage, but he is thinking right now, Bogdan Daniel Deac, a bit of a time travel addict as well, I will say. He likes to spend his time.
Here he still has time on the clock. We'll see how he will proceed here. His position, I think, a bit favorable, but still very unclear. Let's move on to board 2, where that was one of the most exciting games early doors, and wow.
Fiona, I think both of us, our eyes lit up here.
Yeah.
What is this position? I did mention that it is Jordan van Foreest's kind of right up his alley, this opening, and suddenly he's won connect 4, he's got this beautiful pawn chain, he's got some Fiona attack ideas.
What I wonder is, where did the rook that's on e8, where did that come from? Was that the a rook or the h rook? I guess D8 rook.
Yeah, his last move was rook to e8, but I think where did the other rook
Yeah.
disappear? We won't backtrack too often in games anymore, but I think this might be
here it's worth it.
this might be the exception. So we left this game here after queen to c7. It's still a well-known theoretical position. White did play knight to d4, attacking this pawn. Black defended. White just develops, and okay, maybe a bit of a bad sign that White dropped back with the knight to f3. He's lost a bit of, he's lost a couple of tempi here with his knight. As expected, Jordan Van Foreest did castle queenside. Very kind of thematic idea in this position. It might not have looked like he'd castled in the game position, and let's just see where he lost the material, or where, well, when it's
Probably
Jordan.
gave it up.
Yeah, when it's Jordan, I'll say sacrifice the material.
Yeah.
Just need to refresh my board here.
Yeah.
And okay, let's
maybe.
enjoy the current position, Fiona. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think maybe our break is going to have to come a little bit earlier. So for now, let's just look at the position we see on the board right now. In fact, which is not the live position, but you still see the live position in the bottom right corner. So let's take a quick look at that, and then we'll go on a quick break, which was coming up anyway, so
Yes.
no harm done.
Good timing. I think essentially Black has this big threat. It's all along this diagonal with the Black queen on e5, the Black bishop on d6 on the dark squares. White queen is the only defender, and she's going to get kicked away. The Black bishop on b7 will drop back to c8. It feels like Black's pawn structure, Black's bishop pair, they're just dominant right now. The material count is the exchange up for White and, oh no, I was going to say and a pawn. It's the exchange up for White, but it's just the fact that White's rooks are pretty much useless here. It's all about the minor pieces and central control. Jordan as Black, he's doing the business.
Yeah, and Jordan, he just sat down there a second ago. We saw him on camera. He's looking very confident. So this is looking great for Jordan, and I think we're just gonna go on a quick break now. When we return, we'll take a look at the other games from this match, as well as the other top matches from the open section, of course, the women's as well. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you very soon.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the first round of the 2023 European Club Cup held here in Durrës, Albania. And David, before the break, we were just looking at the top seeds from the open section, Team Super Chess from Romania. And we stopped at this game where Jordan looks like he's about to wrap things up.
Yeah, that's right. Super chess. They are playing some superb chess right now, especially Jordan van Foreest. We left it just here where we were saying that Black's activity on this diagonal looks overwhelming, and I think the last few moves have confirmed this. White lacking a plan, putting a rook on an undefended square, allowing queen to g5, and the offer of a queen trade. Very sneaky actually here from White. White was depending on the Black bishop trying to create a skewer, but suddenly some counterplay would have been had against the Black king. Instead, Jordan said, oh, my counterplay, my compensation is just too strong. The queens came off the board, and these bishops are just all powerful right now. They're going to take everything in their way. They're going to conquer everything. The white rook had to go back. It was a target on the c1 square, and after a capture, Jordan can actually win this in multiple ways. He can even just really slow play it. By taking this pawn, he can drop his bishop back. He can even start bringing the Black king forward. White is totally frozen. There's no real active play to hope for. And knowing Jordan, he'll do something a bit flashy.
Yeah, and sorry, I just got distracted there. Looks like we have a result. Is that Offerspiel? I think that is Offerspiel. Let's check board 5 there, I believe. Frode Urkedal with the black pieces against Schouten.
Yeah, and we have a result. It was this position, actually the final position, and Schouten has just resigned. If we do a quick count, Black has an extra piece. Black has an extra bishop. I'm wondering how that came about. Wow, okay, it was really blocked up. Black is in full control here, trying to infiltrate on the G file. But here, White just sacrificed a piece. Gave up a piece with knight to e5. It feels like a way of falling on one's own sword here. Maybe it could have been held, just kind of really passive, passive play here, a move like rook to g1, instead giving up the piece, but nothing to show for it. And a bit of an odd finish to this game, Fiona.
Very strange, hard to understand that piece sacrifice, but also if we look at the time situation, maybe White was just getting desperate. Either way, Frode Urkedal getting Offerspiel off to a winning start. We'll check in with the other games from this match in a second. For now, let's complete our look at the top match. So we saw Jordan on board 2, who seems very close to be winning. And I think Fedoseev on board 3 is also doing very well.
Yeah, Jordan, just to finish this one off, he's pushed his pawn to b4, kicking away this knight. Next, he'll take this pawn, and these black pawns are just going to walk down the board. This one should be game over.
These pawns were made for walking.
Yeah, they were made for running in that game almost. And this is Fedoseev, as you promised. Let's jump into this one. Oof, big threat, Fiona. How does Black even stop this?
I mean, Black's position is just so sad. Even before we see the specifics, the bishop on c8, the rook on a8, they never moved in this game. It doesn't look like they're going to move anytime soon. As you said, there is a big threat on the board, so Black can only really play.
I think Black might just resign in the next few moves. The problem is you can defend with a move like rook to f7 for now, but another check will happen against the Black king. The king will step forward, and after a capture of the rook, Black simply cannot take back. This would end in checkmate. Queen to f8 is going to be a recurring theme. And
in fact, I think the game is over on board 3, so Black resigned, I suppose, in this position. And Fedoseev getting the top seeds off to a winning start. So let's move on to board 4. Gil Barak against Shevchenko.
Yeah, far more balanced position in this one. Black is going on the attack. White is rock solid. But I think Shevchenko now, he's lost patience. He's really going for it, and he looks justified. The Black queen on a nice diagonal.
Look at the time situation. We told you guys before the break that the time scrambles are approaching fast. We're still 1 hour away from the time control, but some players, as we can see here, already very, very low on time.
Yeah, I know who has that extra hour in this game. Shevchenko, he could just sit there for an hour now. But move 40, a distant dream, I think, for White at this point. 6 minutes to make 17 moves. I'm used to that, but
it is possible, but it's very difficult
Yeah.
when you are the one under pressure and your opponent is as strong a player as Kirill Shevchenko.
yeah, especially if you're playing a higher rated opponent, it is terrifying. These scenarios. I think white should be okay here if he's accurate. I'm wondering whether you bypass the black pawn, whether you trade off at least once and try to bring the white rook across to defend. For example, you could just step your king. You've got to be a bit careful here. It looks terrifying, actually.
Yeah.
This is where, I mean, you need more than 6 minutes
Yeah.
to survive this attack, and he's burning some of that time now. I think Shevchenko's timed it well. His opponent's clock ticking, and then he goes for it. And despite the evaluation bar being close to the middle, I think big practical chances here for black.
Absolutely, and let's move on now to board 5, Europiani against Repstein.
Yeah, and Europiani, with the white piece as the high-rated player, he's been able to kind of imbalance it slightly. White's knight is coming forward to hit the black queen. Just like in some of the early games, white has somehow installed a pawn on the a6 square. And if this a7 pawn ever drops in front of it, white is going to have great chances. But I like black's last move. He's saying, if you're not careful, I might just get greedy. I might take your pawn off the board. Black has good control. We could see an upset here, or at least black's got a healthy position still.
The only thing I'm wondering is, if white's time is correct, that also means that black is very low on time for now. We don't really see black's time, but that could be an issue. But he's been doing a great job, especially with the black piece. It's such a tough task against a player as strong and experienced as Europiani.
Yeah, and right now, white has to be really creative in order to defend this pawn. Maybe this can be done, for example, with a move like knight to c4, offering a trade to re-establish control over the invaluable a6 square. And yeah, for example, if a trade of knights happens, maybe white could even contemplate taking with a pawn, getting rid of black's most valuable piece in the center. In the balance, Fiona, I would say. Level chances, but so far, great play by black.
Absolutely, and let's see the last board in this match, Konden against Lupulescu.
Yeah, and this one, doing a quick material count, currently white is a pawn up, I believe, and black has some back rank issues to deal with. For example, after a queen trade, you cannot get greedy and take a piece either on f2 or d4, or maybe, yeah, I was going to say you cannot. There would be a check, and black could block. This is the one thing. The evaluation bar goes all the way up in white's favor.
But you take.
Yeah, I guess you simply take this knight, and there would now be a back rank checkmate, just to show the dangers awaiting black. So why does the engine prefer black's chances right now with the king vulnerable? Maybe it's just a quiet move, such as the one Lupulescu's played, just controlling his back rank. Still loads of tension on this diagonal. Maybe it's just too many threats. Knight takes knight is a winning threat. Knight takes bishop is a winning threat. And you can never move your knight in the center because the white bishop on f2 would be captured.
I always think it's so instructive to see a move like bishop d7 be the best move, probably the best move in the position, because there is so much tension, as you mentioned. There are so many pieces you can capture. And to see that sometimes the best thing you can do is just complete your development, make sure that back rank is safely guarded, and only then launch the operation. So I think a very nice learning moment here.
Yeah, especially a pawn down, just playing a really calm move, really instructive. And Lupulescu clearly has calculated his way through these choppy waters, likely to regain the material, maybe with some interest. So black in the driver's seat here.
And well, that concludes our look at match 1. Maybe we can check in with Offerspill. We haven't been there in a while.
Yeah, we just saw that one result with Erkedal on board 5, meaning the Norwegian team are in the lead. But Super Chess 2 points up, Offerspill 1 point up. It feels like the favourites are starting to kind of turn that into a score.
It always feels like we're now at that 2.5 hour mark, 2 hours 40. I think, I don't know, I guess your experience is the same, that we're in the playing hall. That's when the first results start coming in. When I play someone really much higher weighted, I always feel, okay, 2.5 hour is like the kind of time that I would like to. I always think if I make it to the 2.5 hour mark, that's okay.
And for the captains here as well, a lot of the teams have brought captains with them. Often they can chill. They know the opening, the players will be playing their preparation. But when the clock ticks down, it starts to tick in. Yeah, that's the golden moment to come in and support your players. And let's go to Offerspiel. Fiona, what's happening here? Are we about to see a big shock, a big surprise?
Wow.
Raundi Sadhwani, the young Indian prodigy, he is maybe losing this game. I don't even see an evaluation bar. So
It's gone all. I mean, unless the evaluation bar is broken. Okay, let's look at the most tempting move, at least to me, which is Queen H6 check. Patsa sees a check, gives a check. King has to step to G8, and now
this is where we need the finishing touches with
there's
white.
so many tempting moves. No,
There's
I
too
guess you
many.
want to take on G6.
I want to, and I think we should,
Yeah.
because we have the opportunity to sacrifice white's pieces. Of course, Giselle Lopez here will think twice, but just doing a quick count, 1, 2, 3, 4 attacking pieces. 3 tends to be the magic number. Black only really has 2 defenders, so knight takes G6. Let's check it out. The bar doesn't react. That's good news here. Giving another check, sacrificing a rook. I think black has to take. If you have a run, then at the very least white regains the material. Okay, this looks like checkmate, but how does white kind of end this now? Where's the killer blow? Is it just a simple?
Rook G1, yeah.
Yeah, but now black does have the opportunity maybe
Okay,
to
at
bring
least the
clock.
bar is working.
The bar is working, so we can confirm white is winning, but you have to be careful because
Yeah.
now a check would be blocked, and suddenly black has sufficient defenders, so white can't slow play it. That means it has to come with checks. It has to be an initiative, forcing moves here. Another check. Now maybe it's time to bring the rook into the game. Oh, the bar still says it's winning for white, and oh, how to
Where
finish.
is the killer blow? I would love to get the bishop into the game on H5, but maybe that's a bit too slow.
Yeah. I'm also looking at sacrificing more pieces.
Okay, let's do it. They're not
I'm not
our
sure.
pieces after
They're
all.
not our pieces. I'm not sure white can. There we go. It doesn't quite work. I think we're just too many pieces behind if black retreats. Look at all the black's pieces on starting squares, but now there's no finishing
I
touch.
can barely focus on the position because I feel for Raundi Sadhwani. You're making your debut for Magnus Carlsen's team. You're on board 1, and you know that Magnus is sitting at a hotel watching.
Yeah.
And I feel I think it must just be an awful feeling.
It's terrifying. Magnus will have some stern words with him if he doesn't win this game, Raundi Sadhwani. But
I mean, it will be a miracle if he survives. Let's go back. We still haven't found the killer blow.
we still haven't found the killer blow. So the current position is this one, I believe, and white is hesitating to go in with the queen. We should mention that black is currently 2 pawns up, so white has to pretty much deliver checkmate, otherwise this will turn.
Okay, Queen H6 looked fine.
Okay, looks natural and strong. The king has to move.
And the sacrifice also looked fine.
Yeah, the one thing that could be tempting for white is to take this pawn. I will mention, but I think the sacrifice should be played and will be played. But knight takes pawn, I'll say, is tempting just because the black queen is attacked and she has to defend her bishop, but she does have 1 safe square. And I'm just looking around now if there are any tactics. The evaluation bar says still winning, but not obvious why, I must admit. I don't see a killer blow here for white, but let's go for the sacrifice. Let's go for checkmate, Fiona. Knight takes pawn, wrecking the black king's protection here, the shelter, giving up the rook as well, looks really natural here. And where is the killer blow? We still have attacking pieces. Like you said, the rook or the bishop, if just one of them joins the attack, it is game over. We have to give a, oh, sorry, not rook to G1, we have to give a check. The king has to move. And now it must be something to do with bringing this rook into the game. We need to get this before I turn on the engine, before I get frustrated.
What was the problem with Rook G1? King F7? It was still good, right?
Still very good. Let's do it. And wow, this is not obvious.
No.
White's winning moves. I have just turned on the magical, the oracle here, the computer, and apparently there's 2 moves that win on the spot, or at least maybe 2 or 3 moves that are very strong. One of them was on my radar. I did think about dropping back the white knight, but I thought, well, it might be too slow.
Too slow.
Because you mentioned this idea of bring the white bishop in with a check.
That
This-
was also the only move on my radar, but I did feel
yeah, this-
we've given up so much material. We're down a full rook here.
This does feel strong. I guess if the black king tries to run, then it won't run much further. I think black will have to give up a queen, for example, in a position like this. White's queen is coming back with a check. So slow playing this attack, that's not obvious, that's not easy to see, but it would be very strong. In this position, the other top moves from the computer, this one, knight to g7, I think is really tough. It's just taking away some escape squares from the black king, but it looks really unnatural.
It's not even clear to me what exactly the threat is.
Yeah.
Because the king can still run to e7. Yeah, I think knight g7 is
not going to happen,
no.
or at least he won't spot this one from afar, most likely. I don't think anyone would. And the remaining winning move here, at least queen back to f4, threatening rook to g7. This is difficult stuff as well. It looks like black has time to block or sidestep or something, but this is winning. So sacrificing a whole rook is not enough. You need to see further. That's why white is hesitating right now in the game position. He has given a check if we go back to the live board. So moment of truth. If he breaks through now, if he sacrifices, he will most likely win. But he needs courage and he needs to calculate well.
It's so tough, right? Because for us, it's easy to sit here and to say, oh, the sacrifice looks so tempting. I'm sure the sacrifice looks very tempting to Jaisal as well, but in the game you need to have figured out, how do I continue in that position where we ended up turning on the engine? I think during the game, with all that pressure and knowing that you're about to cause such a big upset, none of the moves, I think, were obvious. So what I'm curious about, what does the engine say if we don't take? Is there any other move that's powerful?
Yeah, wow, Fiona. Apparently, we're not using the strongest engine here, but checkmate in 15 is forced after a quiet move, like bishop to g4.
That's insane.
This is why we sometimes feel down when looking at the computer. It is actually very logical once you think about it. We're just removing black's defender, and this bishop was holding the g6 square. It cannot really kind of stay on the board. For example, if it gives a check, it will just get hit. So after a trade of pieces, for example, then white will just break through, crash through on this soft spot next turn. And this is just a guaranteed checkmate. But this takes a lot of self-restraint, human self-control here. Credit to him if he plays it. But no, he does go for the more natural move, the sacrifice. Now the big question is, how well has he calculated Jaisal Lopez here? Okay, he gives up his rook as well. Fiona, I think we've got to stick with this just for the next minute or two.
Absolutely. I mean, if he wins this one, it could easily be one of the games of this first round. Let's remind everyone, Jaisal Lopez, he's an international master, but he's rated 23.83. His opponent, Magnus Carlsen, 26.41. Such a huge gap between them. And Magnus Carlsen will not be happy back in his hotel room to see this unfold. So King H8.
Yeah, and I think the one thing I'm praying for here is that the game will not end in a draw with a repetition.
Yeah.
White can repeat moves right now with a series of checks, but yeah, the temptation will be high maybe against a higher rated player.
I don't think Jaisal. I know Jaisal a little bit.
Okay. What type of player would you say he is?
I don't know. I just know him as a person.
Okay, what type of person is he, Fiona?
Very nice.
Okay. Good luck to him then.
No, but I feel like, especially because he lives in Aruba now, which when you live in Aruba, it's difficult to play a lot, right? It takes a long time to travel, especially to come and play in Europe. So I think if you're going to fly out all the way and come here and you feel you must be so close, he also has 13 minutes. If he had 2 minutes, I'd be a bit more worried. Of course, saying all that, in order for him to play on, he needs to find a move that is convincing, and he is down a rook.
Yeah, it has. He cannot get tempted to bring the rook into the action. That would backfire now because black has time to swing the rook over and defend. So he has to give another check in the current position.
I think the check on h6 is logical because also you still have the bailout option. So what I would do is just put that one more check on the board and then think in this position, I think.
Totally agreed. And then you think whether to bring the bishop in, whether to firstly give a check now and okay, and I've lost my board. We'll be back in a moment. But either way, white is delivering a checkmating attack.
And actually, is that one game has just ended, but it's not Raunak. No, that's Pranav.
That's Pranav.
I guess Pranav just probably won his game. I think, guys, what we're going to have to do is, I think we're just going to take a very, very quick 1 minute break. We're going to be right back with all the action, so don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. He has 8 minutes on the clock. The position is winning, but it's a lot easier to win it when you have access to the evaluation bar and the engine.
Yeah, and there are just 2 winning moves. We highlighted the main move a bit earlier, giving a check first, driving the black king towards the center, and then bringing pieces into the attack. The other winning move is actually to take this bishop, but this is far less obvious. To take black's bishop off the board. If, for example, black's queen recaptures, then we can give a check, and this would be decisive. So maybe this is what's tempting Jaisal right now. But either way, he has to give a check or take this bishop. The only 2 ways to win this game. Moment of truth, he's only got 7 minutes on the clock as he aims to score this upset.
Actually, at first, when you put knight takes f6 on the board, I thought that's a move I wouldn't even consider. But on second thoughts, it actually makes sense. And maybe it's even easier to calculate than queen h6.
Yeah, and I think black maybe has to play this. I didn't show the most resourceful defense in this variation. I think black has to sidestep with the king and after a check give back the black queen. So we would see, for example, this material imbalance. And this is one thing that evaluation bar says, yes, it's winning, but one thing that maybe makes a human pause is queen for 2 rooks, not a huge material advantage. I think it's more the fact that the attack continues. For example, you can start taking everything with check. The bishop will eventually come into the attack.
And I guess the king cannot run king f7. There would be the bishop would come in, I guess, and suddenly the king.
Yeah, this would likely end bad for black. For example, lots of pretty checkmates here with the white queen on the dark squares, white bishop cutting the light squares. So this is the type of thing that he has to calculate, but only 6 minutes as we go back to the live board.
Did he play rook g1? No.
I don't think he's made a move yet. Rook
hasn't
g1 was my faulty analysis here.
Worried.
A big blunder, but I think maybe while we wait for a move here, we can just mention that there was another result in this clash. We saw, as you mentioned earlier, Fiona Pranav won his game just to show that final position, another checkmate, and an attack here. Black's last move was bishop to e3, and
what's that king doing on g5?
wow, that king. I'll just show the last few moves in this game. We saw black taking a knight now, and after rook takes d5, maybe he had missed that a queen to b2 check would be deadly. This is a check and hitting the white rook. The king ran, and rather than resign, white played onto the bitter end. Respect. Taking this bishop now, no back rank checkmates because black's bishop covers this square. And here we saw another check, another check, another check, and a final one to trap the white king.
Very nice finish. So at least Raunak will be happy to see that Offerspil has won that one game.
Yeah, and they won.
And Urkadal, so it's 2-0. I actually love the layout we have with the live results ticker at the bottom very soon that will say 2-0 for Offerspil. But Raunak, so Queen
h6 was played, so he went for this first option, the most natural, we've got to say, Fiona. And the moment of truth, he has to be a bit careful here. He has to show sophistication, finesse in order to get this win. And yeah, it's all about this bishop. Most of these variations we showed, whether white starts with a check first or not, I mean, you can also bring the bishop in. It's all about bringing a third piece into the attack. That will be decisive, but spotting it, kind of evaluating it with 5 minutes on the clock, still going to be tricky, still so easy to get nervous here and mess things up.
7 more moves to make for white. Let's stick with this match and take a look at the remaining games, maybe starting with Ariantari. We haven't checked in with him for a while, so let's see what's happening there.
Yeah, Ariantari we also see in the picture there in the middle, and he's playing with the white pieces in some trouble according to the evaluation bar. It looks relatively balanced on the face of things, but black actually has some good long-term prospects. Strategically, black is in control. Firstly, his last move, he's just pushed a pawn to g6. He's trying to crack open the g file for black's rook. Makes a lot of sense. Also, I'm looking at a hole in the center of the board on the d4 square. Black is about to land a knight into that square. First, maybe eliminating white's strong knight on b5. For example, if white tries to block things, black could, well, I mean, so many tempting moves. You can pounce with the black queen to g4 with a lot of targets here. Or maybe the easiest, most simple, you take this knight, land a knight on d4, you're going to win a pawn, and you're threatening a nasty royal fork on b3. You're hitting the queen, hitting the king. This looks like he's winning material. So top 2 boards for Offerspiel in deep trouble.
Yeah, and sometimes, I mean, most of the times the team get away when they rest their top players, but right now Offerspiel must be at least a tiny bit worried. Let's see board 4, where I think at least for Offerspiel things are looking good.
Yeah, board 4 here, it's Johann Sebastian Christiansen with the white pieces, and he does have this extra queen. Ongoing attack as well. This started as the Caracan defense, but no more closed center, no more solid play for black. The c-file pressure should be too much. Rook and knight can sometimes fight the queen if you have some stability, but here it's just too much. For example, knight takes pawn, met by the simple queen takes knight due to this pin. And you can maybe delay this decision, but not for much longer. If you attack the white queen, she simply sidesteps with a check, and next move, you can step forward, or you can just simply take this pawn. Fiona, this does look like a win for white incoming.
Absolutely, and the last game that we need to check is the bottom board, Haldorsen against Hendriksen.
Yeah, and this looks very balanced. The 2 bishops against the 2 knights here. Usually the bishop pair are favored by the top players in the world, but the center is locked up, and as long as that remains the case, it feels like black is solid enough, everything under control. I think I would take white, I've got to say, but black looks in decent shape for now.
Yeah, the problem for black is that he might have to win the game if they want to score what would be a massive upset. David, can we go back to board 1 where nothing has happened?
But only 2 minutes on the clock now for Jaisal as he aims to close out this winning attack. Do you think the temptation is growing to give this check, to repeat the moves?
It must be growing. Can he repeat one more time? It's very dangerous, right?
Yeah, I think he can repeat one more time. So let's just jump back. We saw this position earlier. The first check was a couple of moves ago. This is the first time we had this position. The black king went to the corner. Now, it would be the second time he's played queen to g6 check, so he can check a couple more times. Remember, they gain 30 seconds on the clock every turn. It would make a lot of sense, actually, to do that.
Also get closer to the 40 move mark.
Yeah. Okay, 1 minute 50 now. We are expecting white to give a check with the rook, but the winning moves after that were less straightforward.
I'm also curious because I see on the screen a different time, which would be bad news for Jaisal. I think what you guys are seeing is actually 40 seconds.
Yeah, I trust that more than this.
Yeah, we'll have to, during the next game, during the next break, we'll clarify. Either way, very little time left. I think we should stick around here just to see what happens.
I think the next move or two will be decisive. Either he'll find this winning idea with some of these knight jumps we mentioned, bring the white bishop into the attack, or he'll bail out with a draw, which would be tempting. But with the match situation, winning on the top 2 boards maybe, this could be a huge shock. And okay, he gives another check. The black king moves. So what do you think about the body language? Raunak looks pretty relaxed, I've got to say, despite the fact he must have a feeling that he's losing objectively.
Okay, so Jaisal has now repeated as many times as he could. If he plays queen g6 one more time.
Oh, and we see the handshake.
Oh.
Raunak is led off the hook. Raunak Sadwani had a losing position, but it's just the clock situation.
Yeah.
It's understandable decision when you're facing someone 300 points higher, but huge missed opportunity for you.
Absolutely. I think, it was not so easy, but Jaisal will be kicking himself when he goes back to the room or gets his phone back from the locker room to see that he had a winning position. So Offerspiel now, even if Ariane is in trouble on board 2, it looks like they are going to win the match. They're leading 2.5. Shall we go back and check in with the title defenders, Novi Bor?
Yeah, let's see how the Czech team are doing. Let's start on board 1, where we said that actually Lennart Lennartz with white against Vincent Keimer had caught his opponent out maybe with some preparation. Things have been turning, however, of course, it's been a roller coaster this game, as with a lot of games in the first round. But I'm just looking at this white king now on f1. I'm looking at the black queen with a clear path in towards it. This really, really looks scary. White's rook on b6 is impressive, trying to give itself up, hoping that black ever takes, but I don't think this will happen in the near future because white would be given some counterplay with these pawns, maybe still strong for black. It feels like Vincent Keimer, he's eliminated white's beautiful bishop on g2.
I was just gonna say, the white's pride, the bishop on g2 is really, really missing here.
Yeah, I think you would happily give up this white rook for a bishop on g2. But yeah, it feels like there's an incoming attack. Black can kind of go for it now or maybe go for it a bit later, either way. It's material balance, it's actually level, but if you look at the quality of the pieces, it's clearly these two that are strong. Clearly Black's pawn center is going to act as a battering ram against the white king, and trouble for white.
Absolutely looking good for Vincent Keimer on board 1. Let's go to board 2, David Navarro against Alexander Suvorov.
Well, Fiona, we talked about kings on g5 already. One king on g5 has been checkmated in today's round, and there's a second king has landed.
But here things are different. The evaluation bar is in the middle of the board. It doesn't seem to mind the black king going for a walk.
Wow, and his last move was indeed advancing the king. I mean, this is a mark of genius, or maybe a bit of madness. King to g5. For now, it's safe. This pawn alongside it on h5 cuts out any checks that the white queen can give. Oof. If he gets a chance to trade off rooks, at least it's going to be hard for David Navarro to break through and checkmate here.
Is playing g3 tempting here, just to try and open up the king a bit more?
Very, very tempting. Pawn to g3. I guess whose king is going to be opened up is the question.
It's a good question.
But yeah, I'm wondering whether Black also has ideas of sacrificing. I'm not sure whether he can go for this rook takes bishop. I'm expecting to see the eval bar drop. There we go. I was going to say Black has ideas of opening up this diagonal, trying to bring in a checkmate, but White's queen can slide across to block. I don't think there is actually. It's just an illusion, this attack. But yeah, it's definitely on David Navarro's radar. It's his type of move. He doesn't want to sit around and maneuver too long. I think this pawn push, most likely. There's just one trap. You don't want to bring the queen forward. You can't, you don't have time to bring it across now because of rook takes bishop, and this is a pin on the white queen.
Okay, so this one, I mean, could still go either way. We'll see what Navarro will go for. For now, let's move to board 3. Sim van Daal, who actually got a very nice position out of the opening against Nguyen, and
yeah,
things have turned around.
He had a nice position, and I feel just over the last few moves, things have gone slightly wrong. He did try a nice flashy tactic here. He tried to give up the exchange, hoping that Black would get greedy here, materialistic, and take this piece, because suddenly White has full control. A pawn and knight on pawn on d5, knight on c6, actually far superior to Black's rook on c5. But I think he simply missed that this rook did not need to be captured, and suddenly this knight is almost trapped. Suddenly White's just losing material, I believe, after rook takes rook, knight takes. This is, oh, the evaluation bar's really tricking me here. Oh, Fiona, maybe it's queen takes knight, and these rooks are actually lined up.
Wow, very nice.
Yeah, double strike on the rooks. Okay, this is actually easy to miss, and yeah, fair play to Black for spotting this little tactic.
Yeah, White in a very difficult position, also only 2 minutes on the clock, so this is looking very good now for Nguyen. So we saw the top 3 boards, 2 of them looking very good for Novi Bro. Let's go to board 4, Mateusz Bartel against Lukas Suvorov.
Yeah, and the other Suvorov has a safer king than, not on g5 at least. But firstly, I'm wondering how this rook got to a6. It looks like every line is closed on the queen side.
Know.
This rook came from c6. How did it get to c6? A crazy position. Either way, this is the.
No, we have to find out. I'm too curious.
It's like it's just randomly been dropped on this square. Okay, a few moves ago, I'm going to try and trace this rook's path. Okay, it came in via c1. Black defended, and it came in. And then it got locked up behind enemy lines.
Interesting.
Interesting. So the rook literally stuck on a5 here, and now Black trying to trade it off. If the rooks disappear, then Black maybe has some counter chances against this pawn on a4. But what are the choices? You have to take, surely. Why is White pausing in this position? Does he want to keep his rook
I mean,
alive?
I wouldn't even think about it. I would just snap the rook off on a8.
Snap the rook off. This pawn is attacked. I'm wondering whether White can try and use this pawn as a kind of distraction. And
I was
somehow,
wondering if I can somehow play e5 immediately.
Yeah, maybe even immediately pushing the pawn forward. We need a kind of
follow-up.
Follow-up. Not easy to find the follow-up right now. It looks like the Black Knight controls a lot of squares. But maybe White just prepares this. As soon as the Black rook does get distracted and disappear, then White pushes forward. maybe with a move like bishop f4 or queen back to g3 and then e5. But roughly in the balance, Matusz Bartel is 1 pawn up temporarily, so it does feel like white with, white for choice.
Absolutely. Let's move on to board 5, Lauren Percampos against Marcos Raga.
Okay, and I think we'll ignore the evaluation bar here. Computers always favor white in these types of pawn structures due to the space advantage. Black does have a weak pawn though on a6. This will tie down black's bishop forever. It's all about whether black can ever generate kingside play. It's been a very slow maneuvering type of King's Indian defense here. And I really like what white has been doing, just ready if black ever pushes to maybe bring a bishop into g5.
So if f5 right now.
If f5 right now. Good question, Fiona. Why? Oh, I don't know the answer.
I thought you were going to tell me, yeah, bishop g5.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe bishop g5 first. I'm wondering bishop g5 what it actually achieves. I mean, it looks strong visually. I guess the black queen will sidestep in some direction. I was just going to say at the right moment, white might just simply capture. And if black takes back with a pawn, as they say, every Russian schoolboy knows you should take with a pawn towards the center, then it's just a bit uncomfortable for black. Black doesn't have the type of typical kingside attack that he would be used to in this type of opening. 1 minute against almost 20 though.
And we're on move, what, 26?
Yep, we're
so
still
still a lot of moves. Lauren doing very well here, but yeah, the clock is going to be a challenge. We'll come back here for now. Let's quickly check out the last board, Zilka against Zimmerman.
Wow, and okay, this one really blocked right now. It looks visually appealing for white, but where's the breakthrough? White's only pawn break will be pawn to g4. You have to prepare it, maybe with the bishop, or maybe the white king will start making its way over. But black doesn't have too many weaknesses, and I do see a path back into the game for the black knight. The black knight will drop back, black's king will drop back, and then it will come to e7, maybe even f5. And if there's only one kind of way in, it feels like black should be able to block that. Should feel, well, it does feel like a fortress, and we're past move 40.
We're past move 40 already. I was just checking, there's 530 points between the two players. This would be an incredible hold for Zimmerman, especially with the black pieces. I always feel a bit for the players like Zilka on a team like Novi Bor. Sometimes it feels like a draw in that situation in board one. A draw in round one when you're such a big rating favorite in such a strong team could just be the end of the tournament already. Yeah,
often you'll just get rested, the higher rated players will come in, you don't get another shot, and it can be frustrating sometimes, but they know their job, they signed up for the team.
That is true. So, okay, I think we've now caught up on the top 3 boards. Maybe we can take a quick look at the top 3 in the women's section.
Yeah, and it looks like more results are incoming. A quick step back into the top board here. And we see the Icelandic team against the Albanian team. And this Karakan that did explode, Antoaneta Stefanova. She's currently a pawn up. White does have some counterplay, potentially with a rook coming in. But right now this bishop is attacked. If you start retreating, it would be bad news most likely. I don't think your compensation will last forever. Looks like Stefanova is in charge
now.
This g-pawn looks really strong. Black's knight is coming in via f4.
She doesn't have much time, under a minute, but I don't think it's going to be such a big problem. It's never pleasant. You can't leave the board any longer. You are just stuck until the end of the time control, which will happen in half an hour. But looking good for Antoaneta. I think we're just going to have to make sure that our screen does not shut down. And let's move on to board 2.
Yeah, and on board 2, we saw this slightly better position for white, but it's warped, it's transformed, it's really increased white's advantage here, and it's all about this black king. The black king is a target. Look at the power of white's rooks right now. Actually, every single white piece playing a huge role in the attack, and it just needs that killer blow to tip over the edge.
No, but we haven't made move 40. How can white have...
Wow, I think
no, that's
the
not even.
Might be slightly wrong.
Yeah. That's not even if she. I was thinking, God, she really played fast, but it is possible, but not likely, especially given we haven't made the time control. Never mind.
Either way, I mean, it's a beautiful position. No matter how fast or slow she's been playing, she's done everything right here, Monika Sochko, and I mean, first move that comes to my mind is just regaining some material, actually going up a pawn. So attacking with a pawn to spare. This pin on the f-file means you can get away with this. Also, big sacrifice potential with rook takes f6. Minimum, you come back with the knight. I just don't see any shelter for the black king ever. It looks like you can slow play this, you can go direct. Another move, for example, would be to bring the white knight into f7. It looks like black will lose material and still be struggling to defend this attack.
Yeah, looking good here for Teuta. And board 3, is that still going?
Board 3 has been decided. This will be checkmate in just a couple of moves, unless white throws a queen in the way. That would only delay it. Let's just show the last couple of moves here. We saw this wrecked pawn structure a bit earlier in the day, and this did come back to haunt white after this nice breakthrough, actually, pawn to e4, opening up this diagonal. White tried to defend everything, but a check. And yeah, the black queen is coming in no matter what. White resigned here. And yeah, just to point out, if the white queen tries to block, black can play this nice final touch. Queen takes pawn, check, and due to the pin, the white queen will drop off, and this will be checkmate. Oof.
Very nice finish there. Teuta taking a 2-0 lead. It's looking great for the local Albanian team. Let's move on to the top seeds. On board 2, Monte Carlo against Officebill. This match was closer than it should have been on paper, but in fact, Monte Carlo are leading 2-0 now, and I'm especially curious to see what happened on board 1.
Yeah, board 1, Maria Muzichuk did get the win in the end. We left it a long time ago, but just to show how the game finished, okay, she did actually win the exchange. It was around here that black found a nice breakthrough. Look at this, Fiona, beautiful breakthrough.
Wow.
Bishop takes g3, spotting that after a exchange, white is simply incapable of taking back this rook due to a nasty check on the second rank, followed by checkmate. So this check, this capture, did win material, and white gave a check. It wasn't enough, though. A rook trade did not save white, and eventually, final position was this one with checkmate incoming.
Very nice win by Maria Muzichuk. Her sister Anna, meanwhile, on board 2, also got the job done. We saw that one where it was very near the end. Black never managed to. Did black manage to castle in the end? She did, but the game didn't last much longer. With the king just being in too much trouble.
Yeah, white with an extra knight and with the ongoing attack. Just, yeah, a masterclass from Anna Muzichuk. Great opening and finished off in style.
I'm very curious about the next one. We saw Ellen Nilsson, a big rating underdog, was doing incredibly well against Sarah Kadem, and she's still doing well.
Yeah, she's still doing well. It's a bit of a wild position. We've talked about kings on g5 here. There's a king on g6. Everyone getting adventurous as we approach the time control. And just to do some quick calculation here, superficial calculation, pawn takes pawn. Okay, white has just played d takes c5. A capture here would really backfire on black. Wow. I think in multiple ways. At the very least, you could take back with your bishop, and after the black rook recaptures, suddenly this queen is torn in two minds, and it cannot actually take this white rook because a queen takes pawn check, and the black king only one safe square, and rook drops with check as well, and white will make a new queen. So actually big trouble potentially from Sarah Kadem here. How does she get out of this? Rook takes pawn is the other move on the radar.
So let's take a look at that. Rook takes.
Oof. Valuation bar, I hate it. I'm looking at the bishop dropping back. What else could white try here? I was thinking bishop to d2.
Looks very tempting.
Looks very tempting, but the bar would fall instantly.
Wow.
I guess black just survives by trading off some pieces. Okay, how can this be so winning? Oh wow, it's just simple. Is it that simple? I'm going to try and do some quick calculation. Pawn takes pawn, hits the black queen. The queen pretty much has to take white's bishop, and then we just take the rook. And I was going to say, this looks like a big counter-attack, but white's king will be safe in the corner. I'm not sure whether you drop back immediately to the corner now, or whether you go via g1 first, but yeah, and suddenly it's actually white who's delivering the killer blow, the checkmate.
Yeah, I was wondering, is that Ellen we see? No, that's not Ellen, but things are looking good for Helen, playing a fantastic game. And let's take a look now at a game that we wanted to see earlier, and we didn't quite work for technical reasons. That game is over now, and with that, Monte Carlo has actually won their first round match. Let's see how Pierre Kremling wrapped this one up.
Yeah, it looks like classic Pia Kramling. She's got a slightly better position. It's not much. It's kind of a strategic thing. She's about to conquer the c-file, but now it's more the fact actually that she got the bishop pair. This bishop in the center lacking squares. It had to drop back. It was traded off, and now infiltration on the light squares first, taking the c-file. Next, it's all about the black king, and black was not able to hold things together. We saw this move, queen to e8, just allowing white to win a pawn, and rather than suffer in a hopeless endgame after a queen trade where eventually white's a pawn would make the difference, black decided to keep the queens on, but Pia Kramling crashing through behind enemy lines. Nice bishop to c8, and bishop back was the killer blow. Rook to c8, unstoppable, winning the black queen. Just Pia Kramling doing what she does best.
Very nice game by Pia. So we'll come back later on to check in with Ellen, who is still playing for a big personal upset, but the match is lost for her team of Ishbil. Let's check in with the board 3 match, Super Chess against Pedone Solano.
Yeah, and we have had a couple of results here. Right now, Super Chess are in the lead. Let's just do a quick roundup on board 1. Earlier this endgame, we thought white had a slight advantage, and that is still the case. White now has transformed that advantage into an extra pawn. But rook endgames, Fiona, drawish tendencies.
They're very tricky. One of the nice things for white maybe is that the black king is kind of far removed from the action. If I'm white, I would love to somehow get a rook to the f-file, just cut that king off completely. Black to move right now has a choice to make. Does she want to trade a pair of rooks or keep both rooks on the board?
Yeah, it's a really difficult choice. Usually as the defending side, you only want to trade down to a single rook endgame if you can guarantee that you can blockade your opponent's extra pawn, or if you have counterplay here, for example, it would be a bit tricky to stop the white rook going hunting for pawns. Maybe the kind of plus side is the black king can finally move, kind of inch towards its desired side of the board, but you will be cut off forever, and eventually this pawn, maybe it will tell. The option is to keep rooks on and maybe look for counterplay later, but I don't really see it, I've got to be honest. It's going to be one-way traffic and 2-result game.
Yeah, so let's see board 2. We can see there on camera Thea Guecci against Dinara Wagner. And
okay, and it looks like the underdog here.
yeah, Thea doing very, very well.
Yeah, it's right now level material, but it's just about this black king. Black has nice central pawns, so actually decent long-term prospects, but while the queens are on the board, this black king, imagine any knight ever landing up on the f5 square. If white could somehow teleport, like, the arrows don't even allow me, but if the knight could land on f5, this would be game over. There is a path. White will want to step forward the pawn to c5, knight into c4, knight into d6, and then background, and game over.
I mean, it is white to move. c5 looks like a very tempting move.
Looks like the most natural move, the strongest move. There we see this game in action. She moves her rook. Looks like she has just played this move, rook to e1. Also understandable, but maybe missing out on an opportunity to rush with the attack. I just want to point out why c5 is so strong. I mean, I'm not sure even what black does. Let's say the knight defends the king. It's just unstoppable to come in. And I think once the knight lands on d6, black will be forced to give up material to eliminate it.
Yeah, time might be a factor here. We're on move 28. Thea has 4 minutes, Dinara has 6. Still, the position is very complicated for black. I'm sure both players are seeing that plan of pushing the pawn, and it's not easy for black. There's no clear way to stop it from happening. Yeah,
despite the evaluation bar slightly dropping, Dinara is really not enjoying her position, I feel, and she still has to be creative in this defense. White's moves are far, far more intuitive than black's. So potential upset on this particular board.
Absolutely, and let's see board.
Yeah, we have results on board 3 and 4. Maybe we can just talk about the final positions briefly. So Super Chess did take a 2-0 lead, 2-0. This was a nice killer blow in this position. We actually saw it earlier. White had full strategic domination. Knight to h7 wins because either you will take this rook, winning material, or you will drop back with a nasty check. If the rook saves itself, for example, then check, and a checkmate. The knight covers the escape squares. Game over.
Very nice finish, and let's see how did Marcel Efremsky wrap up her game.
Yeah, and it looks like, I'm not sure whether white lost on time here or whether white just resigned. The last move was rook a7, but black is doing very well here, up a rook for a knight. And I'm assuming, for example, the move rook to d5 or something similar, and just taking pawns back, taking material. Maybe slightly premature, the resignation, but it is a winning position for
We
Black.
never know. The fact that rook a7 is the last move we see is an indicator that she might have lost on time. So, okay, I think that concludes our tour of the women's section. Let's go back to the open, and where do you want to start?
Ooh, we're closing in on the time control now. Let's go to the most dramatic games, or where the players are in time trouble. Okay, I see some results. I see some crazy action. Let's just check in on Super Chess, sorry.
Yeah, they used to be called, it's very confusing.
Yeah.
I think last year they were called Super Bet. They are now Super Chess, but they are the same team, so let's go there.
Yeah, a bunch of super players either way. And Jordan Van Foreest, as expected, did win his game. Just to check in on the board one, Daniel Deac here, he has been turning things in his favor. He's actually sacrificed a pawn temporarily, but he can take it back at any moment. I'm surprised the evaluation bar says it's winning for white. Maybe there is something direct. Maybe it's this move. Queen to b6, switching focus away from the king side, actually. I'm slightly surprised because it looks like it does allow some potential counterplay against g2. A bit of a weakness here. Does feel slightly wrong to kind of let go of some squares, but he is going pawn hunting, hitting the knight, hitting the pawn. If the c6 pawn drops, then strategically Black is just ruined. Every single pawn would be isolated on the board. So understandable, but I'm expecting Black now to, well, I was going to say rookie two.
Yeah, I was going to say,
hallucinating.
Is David wanting to give up an exchange, or?
Wow, it's been a long few weeks, everyone. Rook to e2, yeah, unfortunately would blunder the rook due to knight takes e2. Let's try a different direction. Does rook to g6 work? This could be a key question. If rook g6 works, giving up the knight, then wow, Black would be winning. How does Black finish off here? I just didn't see a follow-up. Oof. Okay, maybe we just move. Maybe we just, no, rook g1. I need help, Fiona. Ooh, no.
Rook g1, rook e1.
Yeah, I was going to say rook e1, but then there's a, just trying to deflect the white rook to give a checkmate, but then there's a nasty check on the black king. This is crazy, these tactics right now. Black has a winning move here.
Where is the win?
But where is the win? Is it something really quiet? Where is the knockout blow? Am I going to need to turn on the evil engine? Let's do it. Wow, Black has only one winning move. And this is so tough to see.
Oh my goodness.
Daniel Deac has for sure missed this one, otherwise he wouldn't have allowed the counterplay. The only winning move is king to h8.
I mean, that's almost impossible to find.
I don't feel bad about missing that one.
I think we could have looked for a long time.
We could have looked for a long time. We saw the evaluation bar, so we knew there was something to look for, but king h8, the whole idea is you just slow play it, you just triple up, and actually it's going to be checkmate. There's lots of checkmating patterns. For example, even if white's queen kind of defends the g1 square, then there will be a clearance sacrifice.
Very nice.
Yeah, and the king is doomed. So once you see it, it's actually obvious, but right now, key position, rook g6 would potentially turn the tide if Black finds it on board one.
So we'll see. This one's really heating up, kind of out of nowhere. Let's see. Did we see the finish in Jordan's game?
Let's just show the finish in Jordan's game. Black did win, White did resign. We actually left it just 2 moves before the finish. White kicked this knight to the edge of the board. Black kicked this knight to the edge of the board, and after a capture, simply resigned here. This knight is almost trapped. The only way to keep it on the board is to play the move b3, but then Black's pawns are just too strong. They are stronger than a rook even, and it's only the exchange. Yeah, just understandable.
Very nice game by Jordan Van Foreest, and I believe Super Chess also won on board 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, it's a lot of wins. We saw board 3 earlier, Fedoseyev's victory. Let's show board 4, where Kirill Shevchenko somehow got a queen on a1. I'm wondering whether he promoted a pawn. It looks like he did win some material with some tactics. Let's retrace. Okay, wow, nice flashy tactic here actually. Just the clincher, maybe missed by white. Rook takes f2. There's either going to be a discovered check or white has to give up the queen, as we saw a pin and a win for Kirill eventually.
Very nice. We also didn't see the way Cipriano won his game, so let's quickly check that out.
Yeah, a lot of action here. They actually passed move 40. We saw it just before this moment, and actually White's a-pawn turned out to be a strength rather than a weakness. We saw a bunch of exchanges, and it was the fact that the white rook got to the 7th rank, it broke through, and with the disappearance of the a-pawn, he eventually, I think, was about to promote. Just the final position. Let's whiz ahead. Yeah, White just about dodging checkmates. It looked like a bit of counterplay, but White, yeah, safe enough and just not in time now, Black, to guard against this knight dropping. White was about to make a new queen.
Very nice game by Cipriano. And finally on the bottom board, Lupulescu. That is still going. A lot of pieces have come off the board.
Yeah.
Lupulescu has an extra pawn. And the bishop probably dominates the knight here. Well, how do you feel?
Yeah, just about. If Black gets 2 more moves, if Black's able to centralize the king, I think no more counterplay, Black should win. Knights are notoriously bad as well at stopping these flank pawns. Right now, this last move might be a really clever one, just pinning down the white king to the defense of f4. Otherwise, the white king could go pawn hunting and counterplay.
Can I try g3?
You can try, and I'm not sure what I should try as Black. Let's say I just start stepping away.
King d5.
Yeah, now I will. Yeah, it's still not clear.
Actually, I was going to say the bishop dominates, but the knight on c4 is actually quite well placed, keeping an eye on that important square on e3. And the bishop on c1, in fact, right now is trapped.
Yeah. That's true. Maybe White should.
It wasn't so dominating.
White can try and teleport the king over here to trap the bishop. I think the problem is at the right moment, Black will be able to dislodge the knight, and Black can play on both sides of the board, as you mentioned, with the bishop. It's not just the fact it's right now, it's kind of long-term Black's bishop. Yeah, will be superior. So Lupulescu looks like the favorite, and we could potentially see a 6-0.
Swipe, sweep?
Sweep. Clean sweep for Super Chess, the top seeds. I think it's all about this game, board 1, and he didn't play it in the end. We can understand not playing this. Sure. King h8 was really difficult in that line. Instead, we saw, Black retreat, well, using his rook to defend the knight, capture of a pawn, and now it feels like still counterplay, still some hope, but White with a strategic advantage because this pawn is so weak and this pawn on d6 are back with pawn 2.
Yeah, I'm very curious how much time Deaj has, because the time control is about 10 minutes away. If Black has 6 minutes, White can't have very much time on the clock, so that could be the only factor here. We're only on move 29, so still 11 moves to go. Yeah,
knowing Bogdan Daniel Deaj as well, he was probably on 30 seconds at every move. Just that's why maybe he allowed that small glimmer of hope. But if he can make move 40 and keep control, he should win.
Where do you want to go? What matches? Do we have any matches that are close?
So Novibor still only up 1 point. Maybe one of the closest matches.
Let's check that one out.
Okay, we have been here briefly on some of the games. Wow, Lennertz, he's surviving with a king on f1. It still looks scary.
For now.
For now, he's surviving. Vincent Keimer, though, does need something because White suddenly has a great knight. White suddenly has this rook. Threats against Black's pawns. This is the type of position that could turn if Vincent Keimer gets frustrated and cannot deliver checkmate to the White king. I mean, what a mess.
5 moves to make for Vincent, who has 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, he must be feeling the pressure.
Yeah, with so many pieces on the board. Vincent tends to thrive when it's kind of some semblance of control, maybe an endgame. The influence of Peter Lecco, his coach. Yeah, he's just a fantastic player, Vincent, but this one is a mess. Sorry, my clicked on something there. Let's go back to the board. Okay, he has just taken on f3. I was going to say this is the most obvious move, and I think the idea is that after knight takes rook, Black's queen just comes in now, and too many checkmating ideas. Actually, 3 different checkmates in one threatened. So
there's no way to stop all of them.
No way. So this pawn has to be defended somehow. Or White could possibly try to trade queens if he really wants to bail out. I think this is what I would do with no time on the clock, but Lennart does...
he has plenty of time.
Yeah, he does have 20 odd minutes left.
I'm sure he would love to keep pieces on the board, especially given Vincent's time situation. Simplifying here, surely he understands that that would just leave him in a bad spot. We'll come back to this one. For now, let's move on to board 2, Navarra against which Suvorov? Alexander.
Yes. And David Navarra, he's trying to break through the A file. I think he's actually done a good job of looking up the king side. It would have been tempting, so tempting for humans to go after the black king, but the black king was actually safer than it looked, and they had this pressure on the A file. If the white queen ever sneaks behind, then it's going to be fatal. So black has to keep the tension. We have actually passed move 40 here, so we won't linger for too long. We'll go to other games where there's a bit of a time scramble, but yeah, white with the A file control, I think he's got an advantage.
So Novibor in control on the top two boards. They won on board 3. We saw actually that nice move by Nguyen. Looks like the board is an opening for us right now, but I think we saw it very near the end. So giving the lead to Team Novibor. And let's go to the other Suvorov, Luka, who is playing against Mateusz Bartel.
Yeah, so we left this a bit earlier and we were thinking, what was a white rook doing on a6? This one has really changed. We've seen the queens disappear, but right now white can simply take this pawn. I think this will be the key. I don't think white should get too greedy here, but you can take this pawn, and this endgame of 5 versus 4 should give white good winning chances. I think if these two pawns didn't exist, it would just be a dead draw, but the fact that black has an isolated pawn makes it very difficult long term. White will slowly start pushing pawns, maybe bring the king forward, and then start going for the Isolani with the rook.
Yeah,
long grind
looking
ahead.
a long grind ahead. I was going to say this is going to be one of the longer games of this round. Let's move on to board 5, where actually Per Campos was giving Hagar a tough time, but things seem to have turned.
Things have turned. We eventually did see the center explode. We left it when we were debating whether black should push a pawn, and actually later on we did see it was white just a few moves down the line. White was the one to lash out, and I think this was flawed. He didn't need to push forward. He could have continued to maneuver, and if we catch up with the current position, yeah,
very tough. I mean, he had little time on the clock. Still needs to make 2 moves. But yeah, is there anything he can do to stop this spread?
Oh, it looks really scary. Black is in a pin, so
oh wait, it's black too.
it is black's move as well. 8 seconds on the clock, according to this,
which is
not possible. It must be at least 30 seconds left for Campos, but either way,
not much time.
Yeah, I mean, 2 most tempting moves are, well, I was going to drop my queen, I was going to say queen h4. I'm so glad I'm not playing Fiona. Okay, the most tempting was the first instinct, giving a check, but not maybe the most accurate. Okay, what could black try here? What else? Maybe there are kind of sneaky ways. Maybe you hit the bishop first and then come in via
Can I somehow play knight? No. Oh my goodness, I was also about to give up my knight.
Yeah.
I was like, knight e5 and I can jump into f3, and then I was like, oh, there's a pawn there.
Feels like it has to be to do with this black queen. I just want to get out of this pin. I mean, it must be so hard to resist the temptation to give a check. But the only thing is that white can block and at least survive a few moves. Maybe there's a way to be a bit clever here and prevent.
Let's check. I'm curious.
Let's check with queen a7, or let's check the engine.
The latter.
The latter. And okay, it is actually, wow, only 1 move actually to give a significant advantage. Anything else?
And he found it. Wow.
Incredible. Really impressive stuff actually here from Marcus Reger. He plays queen to g7, the best move by a distance, and that's based on the fact that this is a huge threat. He's actually trying to force white to push a pawn forward, because now when black does give a check, I'm not sure whether this move or on the next move, this white rook does not help the white knight to defend on e3. Also, maybe there's a secondary threat of just eliminating the knight. The white knight was the only defender, and b3 has been played. So bishop takes knight, I'm expecting now actually, before going with the queen.
This one looks like it is inching very close to the end here. So Novibor, they've won all, well, it's only 1-0, but they're doing well on all the boards. Let's check board 6 actually, where it looked like Zimmerman was doing a great job of defending. They've already made the time control, so we won't stop here too long, but he's defending. He's
defending, and it does feel close to a draw as long as he doesn't allow the white knight to ever go round for the pawns. And yeah, it does feel like he should have enough activity with the black knight to hold. I'm a bit surprised he's allowed white a nice outpost. White does have this plan of bringing the king, but okay, with best play, it should be a draw.
Where do we go? We only have very limited time until the time control is made.
Okay, we can just give an update that
Wow.
there was a 6-0 scoreline in the clash between, pronounce it for me, Fiona, Asnier and the Slough Sharks. So we checked in on some of those games earlier. It looked very promising, and they did wrap up the wins.
And then the other match we were following for a moment was Fienheim against Blackthorn. What's the score there?
The current score is 2-0. And wow, actually, one of our favorite players in general, and one of our favorite people, is Anton Korobov. And he's got a small advantage, but not the type of strategic dominance that we saw earlier that we assumed he would be able to convert. This is a pawn attacked, and Black can just defend it with a knight.
This is going to be a very long win. Do you think he'll manage to, a very long game, do you think he'll manage to grind out the win?
Oh, he'll have to be very patient. I think
your speciality.
I know, I'm salivating at the prospect of having this position with white, because there's zero risk at all. It's only white who can win. And the problem for black is after, for example, you retreat, you're completely stuck. The black king defending this pawn, black knight defending this pawn. The one debate is whether to ever push with the g5, but then you'll have other weaknesses. I think white has very good chances of winning, even if maybe it's possible to defend with best play.
So Fienheim actually has won on boards 2, 3, and 4. Maybe we can quickly check the live games first to see has the time control been made. So let's go to board 5, Mazé against Nelson.
Okay, wow, shock on the cards as Jonathan Nelson looks like he's about to defeat Grandmaster Sebastian Mazé.
Incredible, with the black pieces.
With the black pieces, black simply has this extra bishop. The one thing you have to watch out for is that the two black pawns don't disappear, and then we see a trade of rooks, or at least this d pawn doesn't disappear, and a trade of rooks, because white's king is on a light square in the corner, wrong coloured rook's pawn, as we say. And, okay, giving up his pawn on d5.
I am shocked by that move.
Really, really surprising.
I thought he was just going to push. Was there a problem with that?
I guess he wasn't sure about pushing, because then white's pawn could start advancing, but it feels like you could have just kept your pawn intact.
Yeah.
Because white's pawn is never ever crossing over to b6 as long as the black bishop sits on this diagonal. Instead, he's going into the same position essentially, but with a pawn down. Now my point is actually quite relevant. A rook trade would save white. Black with a bishop on f2 and an h pawn would never actually be able to break through if rooks disappear.
The last move here before the time control, I think we'll see this move, this game again in the future. They are going to be here a long time. Let's quickly check in with Steven Ledger on the last board against Fabian Lewicewski.
Yeah, can Steven, actually two Ledger brothers still in action. One of them has fallen to defeat, and this one, it looks like Steven's doing okay. He's a pawn down with white, but he does have this opposite color bishops scenario, and he might be about to regain the material. Maybe you can draw here, Fiona.
Okay, so black to move, but how do you defend the pawn is your point.
Yeah, I don't see it. If you march forward one square, then the pawn behind it drops, the a7 pawn drops. And
if b5?
Yeah, maybe b5 is the only way to keep the game going, keep the advantage. But after a trade of pawns, white, white will still have to defend this really accurately.
Can I go rook d5 here?
Yeah, I think you can try to
tie
pin.
you down.
Black can break the pin with a check and maybe defend the bishop. We'll see a long battle ahead. But if white can maybe create counterplay against g6, I actually think this is great drawing chances. If these pawns disappear as well, if it's just one pawn, this should be a draw. So great drawing chances for the lower rated player there.
Absolutely. Okay, so what do we have? On the top boards, Super Chess, have won the match already. They have a 4-0 lead. On board 2, Officerspiel have also wrapped up their match, leading 4.5-half. Novi Boris, the one that's closest for now, has everyone made the time control?
Most games have, I think, made the time control. We should mention Vincent Keimer did break through and win. Lennartz did not. Traded the queens, and in the end he was punished. He was facing a checkmating attack. So 2-0. I think on the remaining boards they're doing very well though, Novi Bor.
Also, a quick look into the playing hall shows us that suddenly a lot of the boards have been vacated. Let's quickly just see the results on the top boards in the women's event. see if the matches have been decided, and then maybe we go on a short break after that.
Yeah, we'll make sure that all the games are past move 40, that magical number. Then they'll slow down, the players get extra 30 minutes to think, and a lot of endgames ahead, most likely.
Actually, Thea Guecci's game just finished. Let's see what happened there.
Yeah, Thea Guecci, okay, it looks like a draw, if I'm not mistaken. I think the players have just repeated the moves. So a bit of an escape for Dinara Wagner.
Yeah, Thea played a brilliant game. Maybe we can very quickly see the remaining moves from where we left off.
Yeah, so actually we left it quite a while ago. We left it just around here. White brought the rook to the center. We were thinking, okay, White is doing very well, bringing the knight in.
But maybe that loss of a tempo was more important than I originally thought it was.
Yeah, and I'm surprised she didn't bring the knight into d6, I must admit, instead trying to lift her rook up. And this pin's slightly annoying for White. It's hard to go for the black king now, hard to break through an attack, and even willing to give up a kingside pawn to slow White down. And it was this move that was a silent draw offer, queen to d2, rather than continue the game. Actually, White's pawn structure is crashing now. It's just being broken up. So queen to d2, very understandable decision, giving up the knight, but going for the black king now. This is a check. Black king should not drop back because White here would just pin the black knight. Next move come in with a checkmate. A really nice trick there. Instead the king advanced, and a repetition of moves and a draw.
Okay, and we see actually that in that match, the only game still going, so Super Chess have actually wrapped up the match. Only the end game on board 1 remains. I think we'll take a deeper dive on that after the break. Nino Batsiashvili with the extra pawn. And so what is the standing in the top 2 matches? They are decided.
They are decided, and Toyota,
Yes.
not Toyota, as I said earlier, Toyota. They have wrapped up the victory with 3 wins on the bottom 3 boards. The final game still in action is this clash earlier we discussed between Johansdottir and Stefanova. It does look like Stefanova is about to convert this advantage though in the endgame, and they will most likely win 4-0.
Absolutely, and let's just see match 2 where only 1 game remains. That is Ellen Nilsson against Sarah Karem. Ellen was doing great, and things have turned here.
Things have turned here. So in this clash between Offerspiel and Monte Carlo, yeah, it feels like she had this killer attack, but maybe it's the time scramble, Fiona. This was just move 40 that's been played. Rook to f3 was the last move. Both players get an extra 30 minutes now. But we did leave it on move 37, just 3 moves earlier, with White having a big advantage. And Black played a really clever move here, rook to g8. Just some ideas in the air. Also a really unpleasant move for White to face with no time on the clock. Unexpected move, strange move, mysterious, but some tactics here. And I think a bit of panic from Ellen Nilsson, having not expected this. She brought her queen to c3, and we can see with the evaluation bar dropping there that this was not approved of. White's king has been just left to its own devices, and after a pawn was captured, yeah, I think just time trouble, rearing its ugly teeth there, and rook to f3.
But that last move, so did Black miss something here?
Yeah, I'm wondering whether Black could have maybe just gone for the white king immediately.
This was the last move, and you can see how important that can be. Was it move 41? Very likely Sarah would have spotted there that there was something there, but in this case...
Yeah, I think this was simply winning. The white king is attacked. The white king cannot take this pawn because it will walk into some deadly checks. And instead, if the white king tries to hide in the corner, maybe Black can just come in, start threatening some nasty checkmates. Checkmate on g2. Yeah, rook to g1, I was going to say, can be met by the really nasty deflection.
Nice.
Next move coming in. So missed opportunities for both sides, but the game's still ongoing and a bit wild right now. But Black surely is going to break through to the white king.
Absolutely. Okay, and I think with that we have taken a look at all the main results on the top boards. We are going to go on a short break now, but when we return, we'll see some of those final moments from the top boards. We'll also take a look at the results from the boards a bit lower down, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
Chess is a game that is 1,400 years old. How come that today it is regarded as an important educational activity used in schools all over Europe? To answer this question, we must ask ourselves what the future will look like and how the schools are preparing children for the challenges ahead. Extremely rapid changes in social conditions.
Absolutely not. We'll take a look a bit deeper down because in the Open we haven't gone further down than board 5, so we'll do that. Is there any interesting games still going on in the top matches in the Open?
Yeah, and we mentioned Super Chess winning 6-0 on board 2 Offerspiel. They are currently leading 4.5-half, one game going there. It looks like Arian Tari might well save himself. Maybe I can just quickly show that game. Sure. Before we move on, where there are actually several games still in action, some matches undecided yet. And this one between Arian Tari and Richard Doyne?
Doyne, yeah.
Doyne. There's a material imbalance, and Arian Tari was actually strategically in big trouble earlier, but now he has some chance. His queen is attacked though. The white king is also in a mating net. It's currently rook and bishop for queen. And I just wanted to jump to this one because he has to be careful. For example, if the white queen, lifts up to f7, then black might be able to go for a back rank checkmate on the first rank. Yeah. You've got to be really careful here. That being said, black cannot rush for this yet because suddenly we would see a counterattack. Why is the evaluation bar still in the middle? Maybe it's because, firstly, you cannot checkmate. White's rook still on the board. No time to take this rook, of course. Evaluation bar is working, just checking. This would be a sudden counter attack and a checkmate. I think this actually might be a logical conclusion to the game because after queen takes bishop, black can give a check with the knight. This, of course, forces the king to retreat to the first rank. The black knight goes back where it came from, and we'll see a repetition of moves. This is crazy. The king cannot run from the checks because it will get checkmated. And you cannot trade rooks either because you'll get checkmated either on c1 or on a1. So we would just see a repetition of moves.
That's very nice, actually, and great result for the player with the black pieces. On paper, he might be disappointed. He had a great position, but still, it looks like this is now headed for a draw, which would mean Offerspiel winning their match 5-1. And then, well, Novi board, there's still 4 games going there.
Yeah, still 4 games going. We saw board 1, Vincent Keimer did win his game. Board 2, David Navarra, he has an advantage, but it's just how much is that advantage? White's queen active, black's queen passive. That's the only real imbalance right now. And at least there is a plan. It's just any check will be decisive, most likely. So I'm expecting David Navarra eventually to break through. It just looks so unpleasant in practical terms. I'm not sure how black keeps the balance. It feels like you have to keep waiting, but as soon as the white queen gets in, how do you keep her out? You can block her squares, you can block her route in. Eventually you'll get kind of stuck. I can barely see a move here for black. And eventually at the right time as well, white might even try to open up the queen side. Uphill struggle to hold this for black, for Suvorov, the underdog.
And further down in that match, what is still going? Looks like they are pressing on every board except for board 6.
Yeah, so just a quick roundup. Mateusz Bartel with an extra pawn. I expect him to convert this. Sooner or later, he should be able to either advance this pawn or maybe even somehow trade the f-pawn for black's g-pawn. And 4 versus 2 should be superior to black's 1 lone passed pawn. Long battle ahead, but should be winning for white.
And then another game that is still going there is board 5. Board 5, which looked like it was going to be decided soon.
Yeah, and it still should be decided in the near future. It's just queen and knight. It's such a good combo. White's bishop as well, just not really able to participate in the defense. I'm expecting the queen to come in this way, or maybe a nasty knight check. This white king, it's hard to imagine surviving, right?
For sure. Yeah, Lauren here fought really valiantly. At some point he had a very nice position, but time was a problem, and also these top players, they do this so often. No matter how good your position is, they'll keep fighting. They'll never just roll over, and so often they find a way to turn things around. Yeah,
they're so consistent as well. Just if you slip once, if you give them one opportunity to strike back or to activate their pieces, they seize it. And right now for Lauren, not looking good. Yeah, this white king should be doomed. And that brings us, you mentioned game 6, board 6, and this one's still in the balance. Black's done everything right here to hold the fortress. I love Black's bishop's placement here, just holding this weak pawn forever. There's still no way in for the white knight if it ever tries to kind of sneak in and behind to pick up the base of Black's pawn chain. Then the bishop can just block its use of the c8 square. I just don't see any way to get in. The knight as well doing a great job. This last move really important, just stopping the white king from advancing. Fortress, Fiona.
Absolutely. What amazing defense by the rating, massive rating underdog Zimmerman. So that's for the Novibor match. Let's remind everyone they are the title defenders. We already saw that Anier beat the Slow Sharks 6-0. And I think before the break we saw Fienheim against Blackthorn. Still some work to do, but the match all in all looking good.
Yeah, they just need half a point, Fienheim. They're leading 3-0, so half a point from the remaining 3 games should do it. But it's enough to look at the top board where Anton Korobov with white is going to make at least a draw, most likely even win this game, just because he has this outside pass pawn. Still takes a while. You still have to either get the white king in, or you have to maybe round up this pawn while the black king is distracted, but should now be winning for white with this extra pawn advantage.
So those are all the matches that we've been watching. Maybe we can take a quick look at the results. So on board 6, Asker Schachclub has lost the match 5.5, is that correct?
That's right, Turkish Air defeating Asker 5.5 to half. Asker, a very experienced Norwegian team, but against their kind of super grandmaster opponents, it has been difficult.
Then board 7, Typhoon Ljubljana against Chess Club Dardania. What is the standing there?
It's 4-0 right now, and we have, incredible players here. We have Nihal Sarin, Andrei Volokitin, Viktor Erdos, Ivan Saric. It's like a who's who of chess, and
absolutely,
yeah, the favourites winning in that one.
The next board, board 8, is actually my very first club. This is where I started playing. Le Cavalier d'Iffadange from Luxembourg. They have...
Wow, Fiona, this is the closest match among the top boards. The current score is Leiden, the favourites on paper, I believe, with 3 points, and d'Iffadange 2. So 1 game still in action. I think maybe this is the moment we jump in, because it looks crazy as well on the board.
Wow. So d'Iffadange needs a win here on the last board to equalize the match.
And their player is here white. He does have this extra knight. Black does have 3 pawns in return, so it's actually level material. But whose king is weaker? For me, it's really unclear. Feels like white's queen is so close to doing some damage, but all 3 results possible. Of course, the computer kills the joy. It says this is just level. But right now, yeah, anything could happen. In a must-win situation, Fiona, what is the mentality here? Do you know the player with the white pieces?
Yeah, he's actually a very tricky player, so I'm not surprised to see a position with material imbalance. We're not going to go back, of course. I imagine it was a very messy game which led to this position.
It looks that way.
I would take white, but I'm still looking, how do I continue? I would love, I think as you mentioned, to get the rook on the f-file to activate the rook, but how do I do it?
Yeah, if you could ever land the rook on the f-file, there's going to be huge threats. Yeah, the first move that came to my mind was retreating the knight, and I did just quickly check that is one of the best moves. The whole idea is actually to kick the queen away, because the queen, there was a threat actually from black in the current position, after queen to e1, to bring the rook in and to get behind with a nasty checkmate, so I wanted to kick the queen out, and this is actually a pawn sacrifice, but now the white rook could maybe occupy the f-file, and white would have threats, such as even bishop to g6, just trying to break through on f7. In a must-win situation, this feels like the way to go. The knight could go back now with some nasty checks.
Najid Dada, a huge, well not huge, but a big rating underdog, being outrated by almost 300 points, but he will fight, well he has to, I think, d'Iffadange, the team which has put up the best resistance from the boards we've seen so far. We'll come back to this one. For now, let's continue checking the results from the live board. So match 9, the Bruges Chess Club against Sentimento. What is happening there?
Yeah, it looks like Bruges are losing 0.5 to 3.5. So that one isn't going to end up in a surprise. Sentimento do have European champion Alexei Serrana on top board, and they've already secured the magical number 3.5 points from the 6 boards. No matter what happens on the final 2 games, they have won the match.
And then on board 10, we have the French team from Chartres playing another Luxembourgish team. I think Luxembourg has like 4 teams here or something.
Wow. In honor of you, Fiona. They came to support you.
So Chartres against Chifflange, what is the score there?
Yeah, so they are winning 4-0 right now, Chartres. And just to show, for example, their top board in this position did win with white, Daniel Dada, strong grandmaster from Belgium. And that's because simply white is a bit of material up, a couple of pawns up, and coming in with a checkmate. Just a nice tactic that pawn to e4, a discover check, doesn't actually work. Pawn takes knight now, after the check is blocked, would allow a checkmate, background mate. 4-0, and they've won the match.
Very nice. Daniel Darda, the biggest hope to come out of Belgium for a long, long time. So keep his name. What's the expression?
Keep his name in mind?
Yeah.
Or just remember the name.
Remember the name. On board 11, the Celtic or Celtic Tigers? Celtic.
Yeah, I think it's Celtic. Unless it's the football team, then it's Celtic.
Okay, the Celtic Tigers against Vugar Gashimov from Azerbaijan.
And this match is over, at least in terms of the overall result. Vugar Gashimov, his team, or the team named in his memory, they have clinched with 4.5 to half right now, still 1 game ongoing. It's actually the top board between a good friend of mine, Callum Kilpatrick from England, and Aydin Suleimani. And I will say that this one maybe should be a draw with best play, but the Grandmaster with black, maybe with the chances. So Celtic Tigers going down to defeat.
Then next one on board 12, we have Beersheva against Khania Chess Academy.
Yeah, and this actually is one of the matches with the most games still ongoing. The score right now is 2-0 in terms in favor of Beersheva. And okay, still some crazy positions left, Fiona.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at that match.
Yeah, so this is the current position on board 1 with Viktor Mikhailevsky, the Grandmaster with the white pieces. He has a bishop for black's 2 pawns. So, okay, wow, how many kings have we seen on g5 today?
Too many.
Too many. It's, I think this might be the 3rd. And we've seen a king on g6 as well in a different game. We've seen a king on f6 in a few games. Crazy king walks today. Seems to be one of the themes, but yeah, white has to be careful here, because if black can ever trade the queens off or just start rolling the pawns, serious counterplay. White's bishop not that impressive right now. Beersheva, they need 2 or 1.5 points actually to clinch the match. So they might be relying on their board 1 to win.
Yeah, what is going on elsewhere? How are things looking?
Yeah. On board 2, we have Ori Kobo with black, Grandmaster, very strong player. I played him once, managed to hold a draw, but very luckily. So he is extremely strong, and he does have, I was going to say the advantage, but it is level pawns in this queen endgame, and white does have the only passed pawn in the position. Maybe a draw with best play.
For sure, white's king looks a little bit airy. I mean, it's white to move.
White to move. How to hold this. When in doubt, they say push past pawns, but...
I was worried about queen a2 and b3 and this pawn.
This pawn is only 2 squares away now. This does look really scary.
Yeah,
You're right,
I'm
Fiona.
shocked the evil bar hasn't moved. Do we just have a perpetual?
Yeah, no perpetual immediately, because the black king is able to run and hide, but maybe there's some way to threaten a checkmate behind, and some chances of holding here. You have to be really careful if you're going to calculate this. This one could certainly go either way. I think black is probably the one who's a bit safer here. White is the one who has to show accuracy to draw, but in the live position, looking for safety, maybe one of the safest moves would be to just move the king, just to stop your idea of queen to a2. And for example, if we do see a pawn exchange, king and pawn endgame won't work out for black due to this one running. You can take a pawn, but now white can give some checks maybe. yeah, it's only black who can win.
Yeah.
Draw with best play if white does well.
So let's see what else in this match. Board 3.
Board 3, it looks like yeah, the Israeli team are likely to score another victory here. I think everything we're looking at, they're in control. They should clinch this match. Here it's just all about the pawns. And a nice detail is that black can take on c5, but this, I'm assuming, will be met. No. Oh, not this pin. Right idea, wrong order. Let's switch the order here. I was going to say rook to c3 and then pawn to b6, but no. Tactics work the other way around too. This is a check first. Bishop takes pawn, now met by a check, kicking away the black king and winning a piece. And this pawn is going to race up the board. Actually, really nice trick there. Sharper than I am, for sure. Here, Nitzan Steinberg, also another very strong young Israeli player. And yeah, I think they will get this match eventually.
So I think we've looked at everything we had in the open section. Let's go to the women's. So Teuta, we already saw clinch the match 4-0.
Stefanova did eventually win her game. Just to show the final position here, actually a really nice flourish to finish. We saw black's pawn racing down the board. We left it here actually, and Stefanova realized she could make a new queen by sacrificing her rook. She pushed forward after bishop takes pawn. First a check, and then a block. No way to stop this pawn promoting anymore. New queen guaranteed. The white rook simply cannot get back in time to stop the queen.
Lovely finish there. So Teuta get off to a winning 4-0 start. Monte Carlo on board 2 meanwhile. And that game looks in the balance again.
Wow, this might be one of the craziest games of the round, Fiona. And I'm already seeing some wild tactics that are possible. So this is between Ellen Nielsen and Sarah Kardem. And yeah, this has been topsy-turvy. White was almost winning with an attack, then black was winning with an attack, but missed an opportunity. And black's last move, or it's the fateful move 40 and move 41 around the time control. Firstly, when you're low on time on move 40, a mistake here with no time on the clock, Sarah Kardam. And then move 41, for some reason, as soon as you get more time, players relax. They struggle to get back in the zone. I've been there countless times myself, and maybe a bit of a mistake. Or not going to the evaluation bar, queen to h4, and Fiona, what if I play rook takes g4 check? I mean, walking into this, black cannot take this rook because the pawn is pinned. It looks like black has blundered the queen, but black will just move the king.
And the rook is pinned.
And the rook is pinned. No way to take the black queen.
Unbelievable.
I mean, this pawn is pinned, this rook is pinned, black's queen is hanging almost, black's rook is...
What a crazy position.
What a crazy position. Like, these bishops are just chilling on the other side of the board. Whoa. I mean, visually, it looks so strong for white, but I don't see anything. You cannot take this rook, or maybe you can, but this check would at least win back the material. And white's king would be the one doing walkabout here. I was wondering what happens if rook takes rook, but I think this would fall foul of a checkmating attack.
Which rook?
Yeah, maybe it's just a capture and just a calm take of the white rook. Next move.
To follow.
Yeah. Wow, Fiona, this is one of the wildest games of the round. And somehow the evaluation bar is level. The computer says it's equal, and okay, rook takes g4, of course it's going to be played. It's the most natural move. It's the most testing move. And okay, my first instinct was correct, but actually I wasn't even sure about that one. King takes rook, actually the only move to survive. You've got to walk out into the open.
Ellen's going to have to find some crazy moves still in order to, some very brave moves in order to hold the draw.
Wow, I was going to say, do you march forward? You cannot march forward, you have to step back, but yeah, crazy is the right word.
We'll see what happens here. Tell me, what is happening? Superbet, we already saw that be wrapped up, or no, Nino was still playing on the top board.
Yeah, one game still going. Superbet have won the match with 2.5 points to half, so this one is just for pride. Most likely it's going to be a draw or a white win, so a 3-1 win at least for Super Chess. And right now it looks like very good chances. This white rook is really tied down its counterpart on b8. It's not clear when to push the pass pawn, but you have to time it well. It feels like as soon as the black king goes back, the white king will step forward, and kind of step by step, slowly but surely, white should win this one.
Okay, and now let's look at the matches that we haven't talked about at all on board 4. Rishon Lezion against Garuda Aika. where the team from Hungary is the big rating favorites. What happened there?
The team from Hungary, they have clinched it. The score is 2.5 to half. There's still one game going on. And okay, this one looks relatively balanced until you count the pawns and you realize black is 1 pawn up. But white has a good blockade. Maybe the idea of coming around with the king and then breaking white's structure, kind of breaking down these pawns, should eventually help win this game for black, but still a lot of work to do. In the end, the Hungarian favourites did win this match, thanks to victories from Kotenashvili, from Huang, and from Zhokagal.
It's the one. So a draw by Zhoka, which then clinched the match. On board 5, we have Gaz Ukraine against Kumanova, GSK Kumanovo, sorry, from Macedonia. And what is the score there? The team from Ukraine is a big rating favorite. And has that been reflected in the results?
Yes, is the answer, but okay, there have been wins from Yevakishvili, from Daulitekonet, and from Natalia Zhukova. And I just want to show one position because we've seen loads of walking kings. And, oh, okay, I was looking at it from the other way. I was like, what's white's king doing on A8? And the king's on A1, H1. Wow.
It did take, if it castled, one step into the corner, so we'll let you off the hook. It's been a long day.
Thank you, everyone. This was a back rank checkmate, just a nice little tactic here. And yeah, this one did end the game. So the favorites are winning. Still one game going on with former Women's World Champion Anna Ushenina. But yeah, it looks like she is about to win thanks to the presence of this B pawn. It should eventually cost black her rook.
Then on board 6, we have Pelaro Alingsas from Sweden against Typhoon Ljubljana from Slovenia.
And yeah, it looks like the